Nice. All right. So I think we're ready to get started. So we'll go through the call to order. We have the roll call. We have Mr. Martinez is here. Neil Robinson is not. Mario Pineda. Anybody representing? Huh? Got it. Got it. Thank you. Anybody representing Education Advisory? Okay. Dottie Wicks is here, and Education or Economic Development? No. Neighborhood Improvement? There's Rudy. Okay, he's here. Neighborhood Service District, Royal Oaks is not. Neighborhood Service District, Miami Lakes. And Neighborhood Service District, the Lakes, Ruben Arguelles is not. Nancy Rogers, I saw her. There she is. Sports Hall of Fame. Nope. Special Needs. Got Veterans. And Youth Activities, Brian. All right. Order of business. Are there any motions for any deferrals, additions, or deletions? Brian? Okay. Is there a second to that motion? All right. Any questions, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to add that to the agenda, say aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. So that's added to the agenda. Are there any other changes to the agenda? All right. Any motion to accept the agenda as amended? Motion? Is there a second? All right. Any questions, discussion? All those in favor of the motion to adopt the order of business? Say aye. Good. Opposed? Ayes carry. Public comments. Are there, everybody's one of the chair people, so there's no public comments. We don't do public comments from the screen, right? All right. So nobody from the public is here. Review of the previous meeting summary, I guess is the minutes, right? Okay. So are there any questions or any, there's not really anything that we would vote on, right? So you have attached before you the minutes from the Sunshine meeting that we had with the committees back in June. So as far as committee reports, open forum, we'll start down. First one, Brian, I'm sorry. We'll go in opposite in reverse order. So the youth activities isn't always last, you see? So let's go with youth activities task force. Brian, use the mic there, just because if not, it won't.
All right. Good evening, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Brian Rodriguez. I'm the chair for the Youth Activities Task Force. Since we last met, we've had a lot going on with YATF, including one of our biggest events that the committee has ever hosted was back in October for our Halloween event. Last year, we thought we had our biggest event that we've ever had with around 10,000 people. This year, we had over 15,000 people at this event, and working with the small budget that we have for this event, for the scale that it should be at. Over 250 volunteers showed up, as well as for an example, I've never seen lines for things at this event before. We had a line for a trick-or-treating area that we've never had a line for. That's usually a walkthrough. A line that was over an hour long for a haunted house that we've never had before either, as it's always moving slowly, very smoothly. I know Councilwoman Ruano was there, as well as Clariso with her little boys. Were there enjoying the event, and thank you to Nancy Rogers for being there, helping us with our event, as well as I saw Rudy over there having a great time with his kids. Overall, this event was massive, huge success. bigger than what we would have ever imagined. We ran out of pumpkins in about 5 minutes, over 100 pumpkins in 5 minutes. Overall, big success. I can't complain. This Friday, we have our first movies at the park of the year, or for the season. We'll be playing The Grinch on Friday night, and I invite you all to be out there. If you haven't, we have over 1,000 people signed up already for this movie. And that's about it for Youth Activities Task Force. And I'll go over a few other things that I put in the agenda. But that's about it on our committee. And, just going every day.
Thank you very much. All right, Veterans Committee.
Lieutenant Colonel Michael Coote. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Coote retired, chairman of our Veterans Committee, and was unable to make it tonight. His mother's in very, very bad shape and may not be here with us very much longer. In any case, I'd like to report that on September 11th, we had the 9/11 event. It was very successful. We had over 150 volunteers that came out, a lot from Barbara Goldman High School. It was just great to see all those people out there putting the flags out, see our community come together on an event like this was very heartwarming. On November 6th, we had our Veterans Day parade. Yeah, again, it was an awesome parade. It was fun. A lot of the local businessmen, including Fred Center from the Miami Lakes Auto Mall, donated money, and we the veterans had our own float this year, which was awesome. Then just recently, on December 10th, we had the Reindeer Run. We had over 600 runners, despite all the obstacles along the way. We had over 600 people participate. And although she's not here, Judy Farkas from Headquarters Toyota, also a member of our Veterans Committee, did an awesome job, and we were just proud to be on her team. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the next person.
Thank you very much. Special Needs Advisory. I think there's a mic there in front of. There's a button on there when the mic is up.
Hello, guys. Good evening. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Francisco. I'm covering in for John Roger. So our Special Needs Advisory Board made several accomplishments this year. We grew our Special Needs Registry to 12 registered citizens who now have the ability to have a direct connection with our town police officers and any Miami-Dade police officers when a call for help is needed. The registry gives the officers information about kids and adults with special needs who may be sensitive to sirens or may have concerns when officers arrive. We also raised over $25,000 at our annual gala, which we are already putting that money to use, helping to provide toys for children through Hope for Autism, paid 3 classes for students who participate in the Arts for Autism dance classes. That's on Saturdays at Mary Collins Park, and several new programs scheduled to begin on 2023, including an animation class, a martial arts SEND program for young adults and the elderly as well. We're working to be a part of every town event so that we can provide a sensory experience for our special needs town residents and provide more information to families who need help navigating diagnosis and changes in their lives. We have a lot planned for 2023, and we look forward to working with any other boards here that want to have our special needs and sensory friendly presence at their events. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's about it. Anything that anytime you guys will want to work and partner with us, we're more than welcome to join you in any event possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Rudy for economic development, right? And was it? And Blasting, yeah. For education advisory. Got it. All right, so no sports Hall of Fame. Nancy Rogers. If you could, Larry, if you could pass the mic to Nancy. Thank you.
Hi.
Public safety.
I'm not used to speaking so quietly on a mic. Anyway, I'm Nancy Rogers. I am the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee. We don't have a lot of events and everything. We don't have a gigantic budget. I hope to change that this year. And our biggest event is the Policeman and Fireman of the Year Awards. And we had that ceremony at Shula's, very successful. So we're looking forward to doing that again. And there's just a few other things that we plan to do. One of the most important ones added this year is Councilwoman Ruano has an event that we'll be co-sponsoring with. And I want to get the name right. It's cancer awareness, first responder cancer awareness. And it's mostly in regard to mostly firemen, I guess, that are involved with getting sick from asbestos and other chemicals and things in the fires. I have several relatives who are police officers and firemen and were firemen, and my uncle did pass away from cancer caused by that. It was many years ago. It was not a lot of attention drawn to it. I'm looking forward to this event. And it's the 4th of 20, keep forgetting it's a different event. I'm sorry, 25th of January. I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. The Miami Lakes Section 1 Special Taxing District. You can use the mic just so they can hear you.
Xiomara Castillo, the acting chair for this Special Taxing District number 1. Well, I guess we are pretty much up to date with the project. We did the lighting is on, the landscaping is on. We hired a new security company, which is doing much better work than the previous one we had. Equipment is running, having some problems sometimes, but it looks like we overlook the amount of traffic going through that gate. So there's a lot of cars going in and out. So we have had several problems with the equipment, mainly because cars run it and, you know, we have problems that we're trying to overcome. What else? The only thing that we have pending now is the plate readers, which we expect to be starting in January, February. And that's it. We just put the Christmas decorations. That's it. That's my report.
Thank you very much. Neighborhood Improvement Committee, Mr. Lloredo.
Here, Mike.
Down there.
That's it. You have a
Rudy Laredo, Chair of the Person of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Like some of other committees, we really don't do that much or that many events, but we still have something going on. We have our annual bike rides that start in November and go through April. You'll be able to find those on the town's website, the dates, the routes, all of that good stuff. We also have a beautification contest. It's $750. The deadline is January 20th. So if you know anyone, of course, other than yourself as well, that lives in the town of Miami Lakes and would like to beautify any part of their home, last time I checked that it's facing a public street. Nothing in the backyard that cannot be seen from a public street. Make sure you get before and after pictures. Reach out to staff, fill out the application, submit them, and we'll see if you're one of those winners. That's pretty much for me. I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you very much. Economic Development. You're it. Mike.
Economic development. A lot of things happening for economic development. One of the key things that we've been working on is I'm trying to get on board with the chamber itself, trying to promote, new business into the area. I know that Andrea's not here, but I really want to say that. And it's very tough for economic development with budgets and constraints and so forth, but we're managing to get that. We're trying to get the business letters out, go on emails, go on social media more. One of the key things is trying to attract the new business into the area. I know that we're proposing a letter to, drafting a letter for an organic company trying to come into town. It could be Sprouts, it could be wholesales. It's a variety of different companies that are trying to make inroads into Miami Lakes. At the same time, we're partnering with all the new businesses in the area. We're improving our inventory of, our lists that are going on, all the new supermarkets, all the new stores, all the new retails that are trying to, and the restaurants that are trying to make headways in the town. We're setting up for January, February, and March, like a webinar series. I think that's very important for all of our small businesses. I know that Steve Brimmel from Bank United and a variety of other companies are joining this, attorneys. I think the Miami Lakes Bar Association wants to do that too. And it deals with taxes, human resources. Why does a business fail so easily in the first year? And a lot of tips and a lot of things that I think are very necessary for our businesses in Miami Lakes. So that's coming up very, very quickly in the coming months. We have a next networking event will be in January. That's going to be very likely at Cien Montaditos or at the new place, Cafe, I believe it's Mitrova, I believe it is, or Mitrona, yeah, exactly. And I think that should be very interesting too. A lot of things happening for economic developments in terms of, as I was mentioning, our social media, our websites, trying to get the word across, trying to get to different areas and different industries. We're trying to get all the professionals in the areas more involved, whether it's attorneys, CPAs, the medicine industries, and a lot of the areas in Commerce Way, and perhaps even the new area opening up in 59th Avenue, and attract new business there. I know that we have an issue with land. How much land more do we have? How much more territory do we have? But we're always seeking that. We're always seeking new businesses and new interests. We're working hand in hand with the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce, with BNI, in promoting economic development in the region, and especially here, of course, in Miami Lakes. That's pretty much about it. That's pretty much what we have in mind.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
go ahead, Rudy.
Question?
Yes, yes.
Check. There we go. Or was it delayed? I want to disclose first that I don't have social media. For those of you that don't know me personally, the ones that know me know that I don't have that, so it's not new news to them. But I do wanted to ask, because I haven't seen it lately, and it's just maybe me again, because I don't have social media, the ribbon cutting event for new business. Is that still taking place?
That's still taking place.
Okay,
I think that's more of the mayor's, usually the mayor takes the lead
okay,
on that, Rudy Tocayo. That usually takes the lead on that. It's the mayor's office, and Mr. Sosa usually is the one that hands out or tells us, usually like a week in advance or so forth as to what's going on. But you're right, we've had that concern too. Is there enough time? Because sometimes the business tells you, hey, can we have a ribbon cutting tomorrow?
Right.
Like the previous one, I think Realty One just opened up here in Miami Lakes. I had no idea. Thank God that they called Fred from the chamber, and I think Manny and Mr. Sosa, and they arrived, and boom, when I went, it was on social media. Oh wow, they had a ribbon cutting. I had no idea. So I think that maybe it needs more communication, more dialogue with the mayor's office. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but usually it's the mayor that promotes that.
Yeah.
Am I right or?
Yes, they're the ones who coordinate that, and they're the ones who promote it. And then, we support it. But
And we
they're
support,
the ones who the entry point of the request is through the mayor's office.
right, through the mayor's office.
so I have just maybe a question and a suggestion for staff. In my opinion, these are very important.
Yes.
One it definitely promotes these businesses, right? I think it's a nice thing that the town would do for these businesses to put them out there in the map. Two, eh, maybe on the monthly newsletter, which kudos to Clarice and her team, that every month on schedule, they send that out. And that's probably how I keep track of all the events that are happening, because again, I don't have social media. Maybe if we do have a possibility to put in there something that said maybe last month's openings of new business, because I'll tell you one thing, there's a lot of restaurants that has opened in this town and I have no clue. No clue, as crazy as it sounds. Now, I'm sure that at one point I'm gonna have to go to social media because that's, I guess, the world where it's heading. But I'm sure that I'm not the only one that would like to know these new restaurants that are opening up. So I don't know, maybe that's just a suggestion as part of that communication.
Yeah.
Add a little tab that says new restaurants opening in the town and show those little videos or new businesses, whatever the case may
Or
be.
new businesses, right?
The difficult thing there is that sometimes we don't even know,
Correct.
because
That-
we have found, in fact, we went, me, the deputy town manager, and a couple of our staff, a couple of department directors, we went and met with the Graham companies last week. And that was one of the people that went to the meeting was our building director. And he says he was asking for their help when they lease out space for a restaurant or a store or what have you. Make sure you tell them that they have to come to get a business tax receipt. They have to get a certificate of occupancy. They have to get all these things because stores were popping up and opening up.
Right.
And we didn't know about it.
Right.
So we can do that. So sometimes we're playing catch up.
Right.
So we're
Right.
not the, you know, the central point of information because they're not coming to pull their certificates and their BTRs. Yes.
That's what they should do.
And you need the mic, sir. You gotta speak with a mic and forget that.
That's what they should. do.
And
So, and that's what, sorry, that's what I was gonna go, right? Because if we're now they're not going through us. I mean, that's mind blowing. You know, I would think that every business, every new business, doesn't matter what they are, and either it be, you just said it for your tax, you know, receipts and all of that, they need to go through the town
eventually.
clerks.
Eventually.
And what's happened is sometimes businesses are opening. They'll go through the mayor's office because they know.
Right.
And it's a process that we kind of fine tuned probably about a year, maybe 2 years ago, that now when a business reaches out to the mayor's office to ask for a ribbon cutting,
Mhm.
the very first thing that Joseph does, he contacts us to
Right.
say, hey, are they compliant? Do they have their CUs? They're allowed to open? Do they have their BTR? And he clears that because we were encountering that maybe before that happened, Joseph would call and say, hey, I need this, I need the big scissors, I need some resource. And we would check and say, hey, they don't even have their BTR yet, right?
Yeah.
So we fine tune that with Joseph, and now Joseph's very good about it.
Right.
Every time he gets a request in the mayor's office, he calls us, we send it down the building, they verify that all their ducks are in a row. And once they're compliant, we tell them, Joseph, they're good to go.
Right.
And then he schedules the
And then he schedules, yeah.
So I guess that we have another issue that it seems like the town is definitely on it. That now we have businesses popping out without the required licensing.
Well, we catch them, but sometimes we're chasing them as opposed to them coming in. And it's not malice, and it's not that they're trying to get away with anything. It's sometimes new business owners, startups,
They're
and
aggressive.
it's out of ignorance. So we get them. It's just that we don't always get them up front before they try and open their doors.
Right. And speaking of that, we have a new bakery in Main Street. So that's coming up. That's the next ribbon cutting.
But to your point, any ones that we know that are all their ducks in a row, we'll figure out something in the newsletter to list them or do some kind of a highlight of businesses, and we'll work with the building department to get a list. Okay, who opened up in the last month, and then we'll get the ones that are compliant. And then when somebody is open and they say, hey, how come I wasn't in the newsletter? Well, where's your BTR? Where's your CU?
Right.
We'll get them.
It really is
You're right.
mind blowing that we have, and it seems to be an issue, based on the comments and the head shaking, the gentleman right beside next to you, of how many businesses are opening in the town of Miami Lakes without even knocking on our door. I mean, because anyone, and I'm sorry, I don't want to deviate here, but anyone who is opening a business, forget about in the town of Miami Lakes, in this country, knows the laws and knows.
The problem with you're opening a business in Miami-Dade is we find this a lot when in code compliance, when they come in and our code compliance officers are out there, and when they see a business is operating, they'll go in there, they'll see they have the business tax receipt. They don't, they'll go ahead and cite them, and they're brought in many times for a hearing. Is that Miami-Dade County many times offers, not many times Miami-Dade County requires you to have a BTR. So you need to have a BTR through the county and through the town. So many people think that just because they have their licenses through the county, that's it. They're good. They've already satisfied any municipal their municipal obligation. That's not always the case. And that happens a lot in Miami because you've got a lot of areas from Miami-Dade County that, the UMSA areas, PSN is an UMSA area, where you can open a business there, and all you need in PSN is a Miami-Dade business tax receipt. Well, if you move across the border to Miami Lakes, you need more. You need Miami Lakes and Miami-Dade County. So sometimes it's just they don't know, it's lack of education.
We also have many foreign owners that don't know. We're attorneys. We know how it is.
One of the
Many come and they think that, with a little paper, it's enough, just like in Venezuela or in Colombia or in Brazil. And that's what they do.
we actually had a law firm. I'm not gonna mention who, but yeah, they didn't have their BTR and they got cited. They had the BTR from Miami-Dade County, but not the one from the town. It happens.
All right. Still mind blowing how that can happen, but I'll leave it at that. But yes, I think, the newsletter, it's a great thing. Please, for those that don't have, that are still going through emails, would love if you can continue on that path and just maybe add a little tab says new businesses or even new restaurants, because I think they are popping up every other day. So thank you.
Okay, we had Education Advisory Board, Mr. Pineda.
Test 1, 2. Mario Pinera, Education Advisory Board. Since our last quarterly meeting, we had a few things. The Education Advisory Board collaborated with the Miami-Dade County Public School and the North Region and our local principals to try to host a school showcase. Unfortunately, because of the hurricane, we had to cancel that or postpone it. We'll be having a vote in January whether to decide whether we're going to cancel or postpone that. Also in November, we had our student member, Maritza Costa, finally meet with all the schools and their student members and come back to us with a report. That was excellent. We got a head start on what the children at each school found important and the necessities were within their schools. On December 3rd, we collaborated with the Cultural Affairs Committee with Mrs. Claus Holiday Book Reading. That was a great event. We had a great time with that. The kids really enjoyed that. We gave out some books, some refreshments. So I thought that was a great event. In January, we are discussing with the grant companies, the scholarships. The grant companies this year have decided to increase the scholarships from 1,000 to 1,500. We had asked them to perhaps give us a third scholarship, but instead they raised them from 1,000 to 1,500 for each scholarship. So that's a great thing for our kids. We also had our 26th kindergarten savings account opened last week. So that's another great news that we had for the committee. And that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mario. And I have to apologize for Elderly Affairs. I passed you up. Dottie, sorry. If you can give your report. I think there's a mic there in front of
Well, we've had a pretty good year, the Elderly Affairs Committee. We've had like 2 bingos a month. We've had major parties. We had a Miss Senior Miami Lakes contest, which was so much fun. We had a good response for it. We had a Halloween party, and our Thanksgiving party happened to be on the weekend. It rained so hard. And the party was being fully funded by a sponsor. So I said, well, I'm gonna go over there and I might have to tell them, sorry, but I said, I'll go over to the community center. Went over to the community center. They were there. They were setting up. And I said, I don't know if anybody's gonna show up. Well, we ended up with 85 seniors there in the rain. And it was raining when they left, but they said this was the best time they'd had. So it was successful. So we're looking at our Christmas party this Friday at the Roberto Alonso Community Center.
Thank you very much, Dottie. Cultural Affairs.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Suzanne Chupani, and I'm filling in for Neil Robinson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee. So just a few highlights of some of the activities we had. Back in September, we did a first-time book talk, not with a local author as we've done in the past, but an international bestseller. Her name is Alka Joshi, and she's written The Henna Artist, and she's got 2 additional books. It's a trilogy. She is just a phenomenal human being, really, and we had a great turnout, about 75 people. It's extremely expensive to get authors to come in person, so we went hybrid, and we Zoomed her in, and we had about 75 participants. And they had a QA afterwards. It really turned out to be a wonderful evening. And we even had a little raffle for some of her books. We went out and purchased some of her books and raffled them off to the participants. So that was a lot of fun. In October, of course, we did the annual Hispanic Heritage Festival, and the diaspora was with Venezuela this year. And they had a lot of, they had a very nice turnout, a lot of wonderful food, a lot of sponsors for that event. November, unfortunately, that weekend you were talking about, Dottie, it affected us as well. We had a jazz singer by the name of Nicole Henry. She's also international, and we really went all out with social media. The Miami Laker picked up, put out a nice article about her ahead of time. We flyers everywhere in town, but it just poured. The officers here were there among many others, and we were all just soaked, even with umbrellas. And we still had about maybe 40 people show up, but they literally had to just, at one point, she got on the mic and said, I am so sorry, but it's dangerous for us to even be here right now with all the electrical equipment and everything. So having said that, and I think last year we also had an issue with weather, I think that we're going to probably be, as much as we love having a concert in the park and it's so much fun, we'll probably have to go to an indoor venue. We just can't, it's so hard unless you have a rain check day for the following. Now, the following day was gorgeous, typical weather, right? The next day was absolutely gorgeous, but unfortunately that's what happened. So we're going to be looking into that to avoid that from happening. Now in December.
Suzanne, just one question. When you have an event like that, could you call me or let me know? Because the seniors love them. I always hear afterwards, I wished I would have known. Because sometimes it gets in the Laker after the fact. And if you'd let me know, I would announce it at all of our events because they do like to go to those.
Thank you so much. We talk about that often in our meetings about collaborating with all the other committees, especially the Education Advisory Board and Elderly Affairs. I don't want to leave out anybody. Our young youth also. Every time I see him, just an aside, he was just a baby when he was at my school. It's just so nice to see him sitting here in this leadership role. I'm so proud of him. So the next thing we had, as was mentioned, was the reading with Miss Claus, and the Educational Advisory Board was very generous with their time and books. We had a wonderful turnout, and we held it at the theater, at Main Street Players Theater. And we love collaborating with them, and we're trying to promote as much as possible their next, I think it went on this last weekend, and we have this weekend as well, an Aesop's Very Merry Christmas. So if you have children, anybody else who's interested, this weekend is the last showing at the Main Street Players Theater. And that should be great. And then just coming up events, we have in January, the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast right on Main Street. It's where Victoria's Secret used to be. And one side is the Taekwondo and the other side is the theater. And they even have nice seating now where it's elevated so you can really see the stage clearly. And Mrs. Claus was amazing. She was a magician. So the kids were just loving it. There were about, I'd say about 60, 70 people there. It was a lot of fun. And again, thank you to EAB for participating in that with us. And I will definitely be speaking with you, Dorothy. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Regarding the jazz in the park, maybe you can think about changing the time of the year when you have it.
Yeah, that might help also. I mean, November typically started the better weather, but you know, I guess we could always move it on to maybe in January is a little drier.
Because it is so nice outside.
Oh, it is.
You know, it is really enjoyable. So
Thank you.
All right, blasting, Mr. Martinez.
Evening, everybody. Miguel Martinez, Blasting Advisory Board. As you guys are aware, I've been doing this for a long time, too long to admit. And I can honestly say I have never seen as much movement as what's going on today, ever. It's been miraculous. So I can report that we were invited by the Chamber of Commerce to participate there. We made some good exposure with that. With them, or for that, we developed a flyer to be handed out, which I handed to you guys. It's a double-sided flyer. On the front side, it has background information of the mining operation itself, so you can identify what you're seeing as you go down I-75, basically, and as well as the legal limits. On the backside, you're going to see the results of what blasting does. On the left is a home that's 30 years old, and on the right is a home that's 2 years old. Further down is a home that's built from the 50s and what liquefaction can do. And then we discuss what the Miami-Dade Miami-Dade pilot program that's underway in Tallahassee that we assisted with. We also assisted with installation of several seismographs for the state directly in Miami Lakes. So we're getting accurate readings from that. I've been in contact with an engineer that is investigating the Surfside incident. And you're an architect, so you understand what reinforced concrete masonry is. And when talking with him and what he's investigating about the energy waves and how it affected Surfside, and it's proven or it's shown by the pancaking of the floors, there's a thing called debonding. And the concrete and steel, our construction in South Florida is concrete and steel. And concrete literally grabs the rebar. The rebar has dimples, and it's a friction fit that holds the two components together. The combination of the two components is reinforced concrete. If the separation were to happen, where you have the two components are separated again, you have two components. You don't have reinforced concrete anymore. That's called debonding. So you remove the bond of the two elements. The vibrations that we're experiencing is causing debonding, and he confirmed it to me. This is what keeps me up at night. The Florida Building Code is designed for lateral loading and lateral loading of winds, basically the winds hitting the side of a building. Previous code, the older code, was designed for 120 miles an hour winds, and now it's 150, and depending if you're closer to shore, even higher. If the reinforcement is no longer acting as a reinforcement, then what is the strength of that building? It's anybody's guess. This guy's willing to undertake the testing and all that, but that's a little further down the road. But so this is a valid issue, and it's he validated my fears. Now, what we have coming up on Monday is a town hall meeting where we invited the homeowners, property owners, to come and provide testimony of what they're experiencing. The media is being invited. They'll be here, and everything be recorded and whatnot. And the intent is that the public can freely give their testimony so that we're inviting to have a roundtable discussion with the minors, and we can provide this testimony to them. So this isn't a joke. This isn't about, we're under the legal limits. You know, we're pulling the wool from the wool that's over everybody's eyes. We're pulling it away. And that's what this is about. It's come to light that several mining companies are operating under detectable limits. These companies are actually providing a service to the community. They provide jobs and what they all claim about, and they're undetectable. Nobody knows that they're even blasting and whatnot. They're given a bad name by these other companies that they're damaging. It's beyond detectable. So I was able to get the addresses of local office and rep and corporate office and rep for each company. The mayor, Manny Sid, signed a letter, and it's been submitted to both locations for each company that's operating in Dade County. So we're expecting a positive turnout. As far as the town hall meeting, it's GRS has sent it to every one of their residents. I know the Civic Association blasted it today. It's going out. I'm been advised that residents from Miramar have been calling the town. Can they come? So the word's out. So this is fantastic. Rudy, the vice chair, thanks to Rudy, he was able to get a interview with Christy Fraga, which we just found out that has been, she was on a runoff election for the mayor of Doral. Apparently she's won now, I'm being advised. Christy Fraga vowed to mirror what Miami Lakes is doing and create their own blasting committee. They were going to join forces with Miami Lakes as well. So that's pretty significant. I've been in communication with Robin Bartleman. She was a state rep north towards Weston, and now with the redistricting, she's in Miramar. So she's taken over the area that Fabricio had. She's reached out to me, and we've been in contact, and she's a Democrat, obviously, and with Fabricio's help, we can get now bipartisan support with what's going on. Staff from Lauren Brook, Senator, has also reached out to me. I've been speaking with them, and so we're getting serious traction all around. I would be beyond disheartened if something doesn't happen this legislative session. We were advised of the different HOAs in Miami Lakes. I was dumbfounded by the amount of HOAs there are here. I didn't realize there were so many. And I began to attend a few. Each one that I attended, they all gave me the same exact response. Most of them not even aware of the BAB, not aware of what traction that there is and what's been accomplished. Each of them have asked me to present to them individually. By the sheer number of HOAs, I think it's not a really plausible feat at this time. So I think we believe that this town hall meeting is welcome to everybody. I will give a briefing of what basically it's following suit of what's in that flyer and explaining the information from the beginning to where we're at now, and where it will lead to from there. So I welcome you guys. You guys are all owners here or live here, and please show up and get the word out. We go on social media, it's like 95%. So we won't tell anything to a certain individual here, but you know, 7. The 19th. Yep.
Are we, is the flyer for that meeting done already?
A flyer.
Well, or the meeting notice, is it done already?
Yeah, it's on a.
Has Miami Lakes, has staff reach out to Miramar and send it to them in their office?
I know Claricel had sent out an email, a blast that had information on it. I don't know. I've reached out. There's a BAB in Miramar,
Right.
and I'm friends with the chair of that. And
So they have the
her-
information.
Yeah, and she's been
And
submitting
I
it.
presume now the Doral Alliance, they also gonna have that.
Right.
Because that's big. How about Hialeah Gardens?
Highland Gardens hasn't responded, and I did fail to mention Miami Gardens has also, the state rep from Miami Gardens reached out to me also, we spoke. So it's,
So, and Highland Gardens has not,
Highland Gardens has not responded, no.
okay. Can we be a little more aggressive? I know you're good at that.
I can only do so much, but yes, we need to be.
I don't know how aggressive we have been. That's why I'm asking, because you definitely have been very, very successful in what you and your committee has done. But I want to make sure that at least we tapped into all these municipalities because now it's bigger than what it was a year ago.
It's astronomical, exponentially bigger than what it was.
So now some of these municipalities that maybe looked at, yeah, you know, that's a big monster. Now they may be looking at you with different sets of eyes.
Yeah, speaking of that, in Doral, we just found out that Midtown Doral, which is one of the newest, brand new places in Doral, everybody's complaining. Everybody's complaining about the tremors and the blasting and so forth, and they have issues. So that tells you how vital this is now. Now it's at a different level.
The cat's out of the bag.
I think the cat has been out of the bag. I think the cat's crashing now. And the meeting is going to take place here in Town Hall?
Here, yes.
Do we have the capacity to hold that kind of meeting? Right. So, okay. All right. Well, good luck, man. Sounds you guys are on the right track.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anything else, Miguel? All right. Neighborhood Service District, Miami Lakes, Section 1, Homero
Cruz, Royal Oaks 1 and the East. Sorry for being late. I was driving from the West Coast, so my timing wasn't there. Well, we're doing good. The 4 guardhouses on the east and the west, they're on the budget to be remodeled. So we're gonna start doing that now in January. We have a big issue there with the traffic on 79th Avenue between the school and the residents. The commander was there with the town manager, with the town attorney, I'm sorry, with Mr. Cobiella, and we're gonna be working with Miami-Dade Public Schools, the principal, and see how we can start resolving the traffic issue on 79, which is a big one. Other than that, we're okay. Nothing else to report.
I do have a question, if you don't mind. What kind of traffic issues are you guys having and what times?
Usually in the morning, like between 7:30 and 9, and like around 2 and 3.
And what kind of, traffic issues that will be an issue, of course, for you guys, knowing that this is a school and it generates that kind of traffic. So what was, I presume it's abnormal.
If we go back to the days when the school presented that they were going to build a school there, and the late Roberto Alonso was there, and he reached out to a lot of us. One of the main things that we always had a concern was with the stacking of the cars. And we were advised at that time that they were going to be using more Perimeter Road, 77th Court, and not 79th as much. Okay, as an architect, we have done the study, and there is plenty of parking area within the school where we can have the stacking of the cars without creating that much commotion on 79. So we're working again with one of the guys that is also in the committee, and he works for the school board, Bill Barrimo. And we're supposed to have a meeting hopefully in January with the principal. Want to see if Mr. Alonso will be on that meeting as well and help us get the traffic straight, especially in the morning and around 2:30 and 3. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And to answer your question, I'm sure that it'll be part of the meeting that you are going to host. I recently did a walkthrough with school board member Roberto Alonso regarding this particular issue, and our police major Javi Reese was there, as well as one of our officers that attended as well. The principal was there, assistant principals, and representatives from the region, from the North region. And what they're looking to do is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the school, but the school has what we call the back loop, which goes around the field behind where the buses line up. That back loop is only capable of holding one stream of cars that goes in and one stream that comes out. What they're trying to do is create another exit route so that they can have 2 lanes of cars going in for pickup and get those cars off of 79th. So that is what they're trying to do right now. They're bringing in their facilities team to see if that's a feasible project, and it'll at least get another 100 cars off of 79th Avenue. Right now, the police are doing an excellent job with regards to, educating the parents and having them not come super early and not line up for an hour because it's unnecessary. And my understanding is that the abuelos are always early and don't mind waiting in line for an hour to pick up the grandchildren. So that's kind of where the traffic comes from. But school board member Roberto Alonso is diligently working on that, and he will bring us a solution.
And 77th, I presume, is that perimeter road next to the canal, correct?
Right, yeah. Right parallel to Palmetto.
Right. And they do have 2 loops. Is that correct? They have one on the other side, 77th, and then the one they have on 79.
79. Two of
So they have 3. And then the one that's this, I don't know which street is this,
them. Right.
on the north side of the school.
And it has gone better after the town manager met with them, and the beginning of the year was a nightmare. It took about 3 to 4 months, but now it's a lot better than what it was 3-4 months ago.
And have you seen support from the school and the school
That's
district?
what we're trying to get, and we will. We'll make sure that, and with Roberto there now, he's going to make some noise.
If I may, the school does provide the school resource officer and some of the assistant principals and principal. They do the traffic in the morning and the afternoon. I know they help with that. The only other problem that you're going to have there is that you are increasing about another 300 students next year. So that's another issue. And then, yeah.
No.
So I have to
Wait.
tell you, yeah, it is
But
what it is.
You're absolutely right.
And then what happens is the new students, once they come in, they don't know the routes, they don't know the avenues to go through, and they create those problems. We've talked with the school to try to create some kind of a, flyer or something. These are the best routes you could take, come in, come out, so they could be informed. So it is a little complicated. I live in that side. But it happens when we get those new parents in that don't know, the area.
Especially the beginning of the year. And it takes about 3 to 4 months to.
But I
make
did,
them understand.
I did hear not only 300, but I think they're going to do another level to the school. So I didn't hear that.
Is that on social media?
It's not. The swell, how are we doing with the swell there? Are you having a lot of cars damaging the swell and parking in the
Not
swell? Not anymore?
And we're going to be doing something with that as well.
Okay,
That's the plan.
okay.
Yeah, as the school, and it kind of started at the end of last school year, where the Royal Oaks HOA reached out to us. They said, hey, they were having this issue. Cars are staging there. Like Council Member Ruano said, it's usually grandparents. They want to get there early. It's their social interaction with other grandparents. They sometimes are there even an hour before dismissal. So we had an ugly temporary fix, which was the police yellow tape from tree to tree. And we would go there. Our officers did a great job of shooing the people away and say, nope, you got to go, come closer to dismissal time. We worked closely with the school. The school put out information to the families. Please show up 5 minutes. Don't show up any more than 5 minutes before the gates open. Once the gates open, the cars start to flow. It's the stack up, the staging of people 15, 20, 30, 45 minutes before dismissal, which was problematic. We did a drainage project just on the North Street. The cars staged there. They tore up all of the brand new laid sod. The families there, people were coming with muddy tires, 3-point turns in their driveways. So we're working with the school board, the school administration, our police department to find a solution for that. In fact, we have a meeting out there on site on Friday with the people from the school board who handle school safety. So there's one gentleman, John, I think his name is John Martin, really proactive, helping to try and find us a solution. He's working with us with the find a solution to extending the school zone here by the Miami Lakes K-8 Center to make it a little further south. So he's somebody who's willing to go out and find good solutions. So we're working with them along 79th Avenue, and maybe that's what Omero was referring to. Along 79th Avenue, we have a drainage project that is already in design. So we hope to put a shovel in the ground right as soon as school ends. Part of the restoration of that drainage project, when they come back and do the paving of the road, we're also going to build in a curb, a raised curb along the west side. So it's the swale behind, what's the name of this development? Silvercrest North and South. So that whole area there is going to have a raised curb to prevent people from parking there. So that'll be the permanent long-term solution and maintain that green space in a nice area for the Royal Oaks residents coming in and out of Royal Oaks. They have a nice entrance to their community. So there's not one magic pill that's going to solve it. We have all these little pieces we're putting together. We're working with everybody in collaboration, and hopefully we find the right answer for the dismissal, for the residents, for everybody.
Which, by the way, just on that curve, a little side note, all Lake Patricia subdivision, wow. What a difference that curve.
It works.
175%. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the committee reports. Let's move on now to number 7 on the agenda, committee rules. The first one would be Lorenzo Covier, our deputy town attorney, who's going to go over some committee rule changes.
Good evening, committee chairs. So recently, your communications director, Claire Sell, along with several staff members, we all met and kind of see how can we make these rules a little better. What you have before you underlined are the areas that it was suggested to perhaps make changes to. And then the strikeouts are the ones that are not. And the strikeouts, some of them are just to alleviate inconsistencies. And some of them are just to alleviate headaches for you. So I'm just going to go briefly through what the changes are, and then I'll open it up for any questions you may have. The first is on section 2 with regards to public meeting. Just to go ahead and make it very clear, if it wasn't already, is that Robert's Rules of Order are the rules should be followed unless they are superseded by these committee rules. Audio or video recordings are being made of all meetings where formal action is going to be taken and then turned over to a town committee liaison in a timely manner. Now, we know that most of the meetings are already videotaped by by town staff. It's held here, but in the event that they're not, and you're just want to do an audio recording, just always make sure that that is handed over to your town liaison so she can give it to the town clerk. He or she can give it to the town clerk, and it can be preserved as a public record. The next one is regular meetings. Regular meetings are held at town hall. It used to be that we put there at a town-owned or leased facilities, but because of our post-COVID realities and also kind of it's technology, right? Now we videotape all of our meetings. So the way that we can videotape it is by hosting them here in town hall, either in town chambers or the community room. So that's why that rule is there. And it helps you in case anybody asks, why do we have it in town hall? Because it's in the rules. Special meeting. At the special meetings can be held upon the call of any chairperson by providing a 48-hour notice and a copy of the agenda for publication. And those meetings should be held at town hall. Okay, so those are any other types of special meeting that you may. But we didn't put that. No, I said put it in the special meeting. All right, so section 4, there's I'm sorry for the sidebar, but I was just having a little confusion because I just want to make sure special meetings, in case you guys do need to have a special meeting and you need to publish it because you're meeting at, let's say, Royal Oaks. Right, but I'm talking about here the special meetings. Right, but those can be like the workshops. Okay, all right. So special meetings are not workshops. They're last minute meetings that.
the youth activities during their Halloween preparations, they have sunshine meetings over at Mary Collins. No actions will be taken. Therefore, it's allowed by these rules for you to host that meeting or that gathering of your committee members at that location. We still post it down here. We'll post it on the website, but since no formal action will be taken at those meetings, they don't need to take place here.
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Oh, just to be clear, because you brought up youth activities, that would actually fall under subcommittees because every special call that we have is here. Every special meeting we have is here because we do vote. It's a committee meeting, but not a regularly scheduled committee meeting.
Sure, but you may have anytime that two or more of you are meeting, even if it's just, let's say you're at you're meeting to plan out the Halloween event and you're going over materials and you're discussing it, that's a meeting.
Yeah,
So it's
so
gotta get
that,
publicly announced, but no formal action is taken. So it's sunshine. You guys are gonna be meeting in a certain place. You're gonna be
yeah,
doing
so yeah,
XYZ.
usually I would guess that would go under subcommittee because we'll host subcommittee meetings at
Right.
Mary
But
Collins.
maybe the elderly affairs, you guys meet earlier to go over an event and go over the site and you guys all meet together. That's gotta be publicly announced as a meeting. No, section 4 is at town hall. The special meetings, that's you've got the Halloween, right? Or you have the Halloween meeting, it's coming up and you have to take a vote. You got a tight budget, things have changed. You got to call a meeting quickly. You can do it within 48-hour notice, but you have to set out the agenda and the meeting has to take place here in town hall.
It's important to add that special call meeting.
Yeah, we'll add that special call meeting. What we'll do is we'll retitle it section 4 and just call it special call meeting. So that way it's clear. Is that okay, Councilwoman? Yeah. Subcommittee. So subcommittees, what we added here is that the subcommittee shall take and file with the town the minutes of the meeting. And basically that's the principal change of the subcommittee. It's important to understand that anything that you're discussing at the subcommittee meeting, you need to turn in the minutes over to the committee before the committee as a whole takes some kind of action. They need to understand what was discussed at that subcommittee meeting. That's substantive. And then the committee as a whole takes a vote. The subcommittee can, kind of decide, hey, look, this is what we want to do. And this is what we're going to bring back as an idea. But the final vote is taken as a committee as a whole. So those minutes are important to present them at that meeting and made part of the body of whatever the vote is going to be. Right.
Lorenzo, really quick, are you going to take the questions at the end? Or
If
do
you want to ask
wanna-
a question now, go ahead. If it's fresh in your mind. Yeah, we can do section by section.
That's what I was going to say, because I had a question
okay.
with regards to section 4.
Sure.
So a special call meeting, I made a little note here.
Yeah.
So I want to call a special call meeting.
Okay.
48 hours, send it to town staff. But it doesn't go well with town staff.
The what?
It doesn't go well with their schedule.
Okay.
Could that be an issue, or I still can have my schedule?
No, you
meeting.
you need to have a town liaison present. You need to have a member of staff present at your meetings.
The concern is, let's say right now, I want to have, there's a reason why, right? It's called a special meeting. It's 48 hours.
Okay.
So if I want to have it, if I call it out today and I want to have it on Thursday, and all of a sudden there is no liaison. So
We do have to check that the room is available, that the technology is available, but barring all of that, the meeting should take place. And there's plenty of staff that if, let's say, your appointed liaison is on vacation or is out of town, somebody will cover for that person. That's how it normally is.
okay. I mean, I never have, thank God, knock on wood, I never have those meetings.
It would be
Don't have a need for it, but I was just wondering, all of a sudden, if I do need to, if there's an emergency, how are we going to do it if there's no space? But it sounds like you guys will make anything,
Yeah,
possible to have the meeting.
the issue might be the timing. Might have to
Right.
meet later, earlier.
Got it. No, that was my question on that. Thank you.
Because there's limited real estate.
Really quick, going off
Yeah.
of what Rudy said, I've had that same issue. We actually had it in October where our liaison was on vacation and then another liaison came in and took over for their spot. So Usually the other liaison will give information to the liaison coming into that meeting with us, so they're on the same page as us. And then we just have to do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario, you get Ed.
Yeah, and not, it's happened to us too, where the day's not available and we'll just go on to the next day, if anything.
All right. So, any further questions? No. Okay, great. So we'll skip for public comments. There was no changes. Quorum is the same. Voting is the same. And always remember with public comments, I always like to bring this up is the public is not running your meeting. You have an agenda that you should follow. Go ahead and follow that agenda. Provide the public with time to speak. Give them that 3 minutes, but you don't need to, engage. It's for them to speak, and you follow through with your agenda.
Did you skip section 6? There's a change there.
No, I said that. That's with the subcommittee meeting has to.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Because what I was told is since we're not voting in subcommittee meetings, I was told there doesn't have to be minutes for subcommittee meetings. They just need
Always
to
you
be
have to have
posted.
minutes for subcommittee.
Okay.
meetings. Yes, you're having.
Because I was told we
Yes.
don't need an agenda as well. Is that true that we don't need an agenda for a subcommittee meeting?
Well, the agenda is whatever you're going to be
Because
discussing.
I've always made the agenda. I was just told that we didn't need one.
Yes,
So
you need an agenda. I mean, you've got to. Yep.
Perfect.
It's like a regular meeting. It's just you don't need to have all the members of your committee present. It's a subcommittee. You can decide and kind of you can say, look, the subcommittee discussed this, and this is what the subcommittee would like to have. Just the final action has to be taken by the committee as a whole. So
I do have a question. He just mentioned that subcommittees don't vote.
no, you do.
Yeah, you do
So-
vote. Yeah, I don't know where it is that he,
But let's understand. what
right, but not the
voting-
final one, but there is a vote
Sure.
on the subcommittee.
Yeah, it's you vote. Okay, Brian, you're discussing Halloween, and you're discussing
So-
the sub. Let me give you an example. It's a meeting on Halloween, and you're discussing a particular vendor, and you're discussing particular colors of things that you'd like. You vote on the color. We like green, and we like Pepe's Party as the vendor. The subcommittee makes that choice and says, this is what we decide we wanted to do. You bring it back to the full committee, and the full committee decides, hey, you know what? We don't like Pepe's vendors. We prefer Yoli's. Yoli's is the one that's going to go, not Pepe's. The
Got it.
subcommittee though
So-
votes and brings that decision back to the
So
committee as a whole.
technically, the subcommittee can't make the final decision.
Correct.
They'd have to bring it back to commit. Okay.
Absolutely.
I understand. They vote, but it's not official until it's accepted by the committee. Yes. Got it. Now I
Exactly.
understand. Okay.
What if you have a subcommittee, but one member of your committee is not on that subcommittee and the majority rule to a vote? Do you still have to take it back to the regular committee, even if the
Say
majority?
that again.
So let's say you have 8 members,
Uh-huh.
and out of those 8 members, 7 members went to the subcommittee. 7 members voted yes. 1 member didn't go. Do you still have to bring it back to
Yes.
for vote? Okay.
Yeah, because the issue is it's how it's called and how it's publicly announced. It's not a, so that's how that works. So, I mean, it would be the same thing as the council. They have a workshop. All the members are present. They decide they want to do something on, I don't know, on blasting, and have a blasting day on one day. And they come back all together and say, hey, you know what? No, we don't want that. And they vote a different way. They have to vote in the regular meeting. It can't be the workshop. Because that's not the meeting that was announced to the public of when, and the public always has a right to attend and has a right to the agenda and what's going to be discussed. Is that clear? Yeah. Yep. Awesome. All right. Moving right along. The next one is attendance. So this is the big one. It was discussed and hotly debated among several staff that really attendance is the responsibility of all of you to take for all of your committee and keep track of it. It's kind of overwhelming at times for staff to kind of be on top of it and then kind of police and then send the notices, and then sometimes there's excused absences, but it's not excused back to the council, and then the committee person doesn't know if they're in the committee anymore, and then they're not, and then they get reappointed. And I think it's a hassle also for the council back and forth. So it was kind of written this way. I'm gonna read exactly what it says. Attendance at all regularly scheduled meetings is the responsibility of each committee member. Excuse medically related absences must be reported to the committee secretary, who will duly reflect the excused absence in the meeting minutes. It is the responsibility of the committee secretary to take the minutes and accurately reflect attendance at all committee meetings. Attendance reports shall be included in the chairperson's semi-annual report to the town council. Excessive absences may result in removal of the committee member by the town council. At the end, it is the privilege of the town council to appoint and to remove committee members. They serve at their pleasure. But it is the responsibility of the chairperson to be semi-annually twice, and some of you do it great, some of you miss, this opportunity to be able to report back to the town council exactly what's going on in your committee. And one of the things that we'd like for you to do from now on, it's going to be illustrated in the chairperson's responsibilities, is to have that as a written report as to if you're having an attendance problem and where the attendance problem is lying. You don't necessarily need to make it vocal and say it, but you do have to have a report, and it has to be in your written report twice a year.
So I'm extremely against this attendance policy. The reason being is I came here the last 2 meetings that we had as committee chairs and complained about this issue. And we changed it for every committee member after 3 absences to be removed, because my committee had maybe 5 out of the 15 people show up to every meeting. Having this here is going to start this problem all over again, where I was able to clean house with these 3 absences, gain committee members that are committed. And if they weren't absent for 3 meetings, I was able to make that spot vacant for someone else to join.
Okay.
Seeing this is not helping. A semi-annual is every 6 months, correct?
Mhm.
So they can miss 6 meetings. Then I have to go to the town council to report that they missed all these meetings to then possibly remove them from the committee. If I'm being honest, I like the old rule better, where if you miss 3 meetings, you're out. Because it makes it fair for everyone that me, myself, as a chair for the Youth Activities Task Force and as a regular committee member before I became chair, I showed up to every single meeting. I've never been absent from a meeting in my 10 years of being on the Youth Activities Task Force. That's over 120 regularly scheduled meetings that I've attended, so I don't get removed. But I could have committee members that will be absent half the year and they're still on the committee.
What you have in here, okay, because what we have had, what's been happening is that now the responsibility to be the police, the watchdogs, has fallen on staff. And then it's almost, and the council members, all of the council members that have been in office since I've been here, and it's always the same thing. They all have different criteria, different personal criteria on selection, retention, reappointment. They all have, and it's their prerogative to do it, right? So they all have a different philosophy as to how to do it, right? So what you have in here is, at a minimum, every 6 months, the chairperson will report in their semi-annual report to the council, and in there will be a attendance record. If attendance at the committee meetings is important to the individual council member, they'll take action. You're providing them the data, right? The meat in which to provide to make an informed decision. And like I said, it's at a minimum. There's nothing, you as the chairperson, there's nothing that prevents you. You have somebody who is miss a meeting, miss another meeting, miss a 3rd meeting, and that person is appointed by council member Mary Smith or John Doe. You have the ability to pick up the phone and say, hey, council member, your committee appointment has not shown up, no medical excuse, they're just not showing up. I'd like for you to consider removing them an appointment. And they have the prerogative to do that, right? So that's a communication that you can, and all of you have, I know you all know all the council members, you have easy access to them. They're all super accessible. Just, this is a minimum. You have the ability at any time that you have an attendance problem with a specific committee member to pick up the phone and call any of the members of the council and say, your appointment is not showing up, and we would like for you to have a conversation with them, which many times that's resolves the problem, right? Because they'll talk and say, hey, what are you doing? I appointed you to this committee, you're not showing up. Many times that resolves it. Or then the council member also has the prerogative of saying, hey, I'm going to remove this person and appoint somebody different.
So I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to have to disagree with you just because of the fact where in my committee, I've seen it where when more than, I'd understand if it's maybe one person doing it or two people doing it, but when it's more than half of your committee doing it, and you can't have meetings 4 times in a row, 4 months in a row, and you have to keep rescheduling that meeting, I think that's a big issue. I've contacted council members, Councilwoman Ruano knows, she's my appointed official, or I'm her appointed committee member. She can, but I guess I'm doing a good job if I'm still here.
Right.
But no, the only reason I would disagree with this is just because of the fact where I have been in that position where more than half of my committee has been absent for over 4 months, where 4 meetings were canceled. We fixed the rules. I was able to remove almost half of my committee, and they reappointed new committee members that are now okay. But at one point, you have to remember, for example, my committee has students. These students leave to college or to do other things. Don't say a word. Don't put in a resignation. I try to contact them. The liaison tries to contact them. The council member tries to contact them. No answer. Then there's issues.
If I may, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, if I can just interject. How this rule was previously written, Brian, it gives administration kind of carte blanche, okay? Well, if you're absent 3 times, you're automatically out. I don't feel comfortable automatically removing someone that the council has appointed, and only the council can appoint and only the council can remove. So that is my issue with that. In addition to that, many times, right? And they have every right to do so. We look like the bad people because, dear so-and-so, you are automatically removed as per section 10 of the rules. And then at the next council meeting, they're getting reappointed. And now we have to face those people who now think we're the bad guys, right? Liaisons. And we just were like in the middle, and I want to save my staff from that embarrassment, from all the trouble. I mean, we've had to gone back to meetings on video just to confirm, oh yeah, he was there. It's reflected in the minutes that he was absent, and they were approved, but in the video, the committee member is present. So it's just taking a lot of time. It's an administrative function that I don't believe should be. It should really be up to the council members.
So I get that then, but I think there does have to be something in place where every half a year I come to report back, because that's a long period of time. That's 6 months, and they give 6 possible absences to happen before I could come speak to you guys. Honestly, I've come to speak to you guys when not within 6 months.
And I think I
But-
think that's the point that the manager was trying to make, that this basically says that at a minimum, if there's a committee chair that is not very active or doesn't have, good contact with council members, then at least every 6 months, we will receive this report. But realistically, with all of the committee chairs, right, we have great communication with all of you. So a phone call, we're only a phone call away. But I do believe that appointing and removing should be a function of the council member, because likewise, sometimes there's someone that is removed and feels offended in some way, and also feels like it's the council member that's removing them. And in all honesty, sometimes we don't even know that it's happening. I recently replaced someone that had been removed because of absences that turned out to be excused. And so now I had 2 appointees, because I had the one that was removed erroneously and the one that I committed to appointing to replace that other one. And it was uncomfortable for me as a council member. So I think that ultimately the final decision should fall back on us. The same way that we appoint them, we should remove them after we have a conversation with them. If that's what and like the manager said, we all have different criteria. Some of us might want to talk to our committee members. Some council members might not feel the need to do so, but we're always a phone call away. So if there's someone that I appointed to your committee and they've missed 3 meetings, and they haven't called and you can't get in contact with them, like has happened before, because I had a committee member that went away to college and didn't say anything. So when you contact me and I will replace them, and I'm sure that most council members would do the same.
Yeah, that's fine. And I agree with you on that. My only worry is now at this point, when we don't hear, let's say, because I know, for example, Ernie, my liaison, in our emails, when they send it out for meetings, they'll say, hey, if you can't make it, let us know. If he doesn't get a response, we all come in anyway for then to see if they're gonna show up and then not have quorum. I think there's something there that I think this could be worked a little bit better, better looked at. There has to be some type of compromise when it comes to, because I know it's your decision at the end of the day, the council, but for example, and I'm not just talking as a committee chair, I'm talking as a committee member. I'm a volunteer. It's not like I'm getting paid, right, to come in. I'm taking my time out of my own day with not a dollar going into my pocket, not even a penny, when I could be spending time with my family, my girlfriend, doing my own thing. I'm going out of my way to serve my community, for all of a sudden get there, wait about 30 minutes, then to cancel the meeting and go home. And nothing was done, nothing productive.
Brian, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to just chime in because actually I like to speak next. I've been patiently waiting here. I think we should do something about this. I'm fully on the same page and we should all speak, but we need to make sure that we give everybody an equal opportunity. Because I will go out on a limb here that every single one of us is gonna opinionate about this specific change. I'm gonna try to make it as quick as possible and painless for everyone, right? So that way it gives everybody an opportunity to comment on this. And I'm gonna start because I don't want to keep saying with all due respect to, the council, with all due respect to staff, with all due respect to my peers here. I'm gonna say it one time that any comments that I make, it's with all due respect to everyone in this room. I'm sorry, Clarice, but I'm gonna have to point out to you because you did make the comment. I don't want to be generalized. I know that you guys, or you don't feel like it should be given the news, but you guys are staff. You guys paid. You get paid to do this job. We don't. Council, you're appointed to do this kind of job. So if you guys don't feel comfortable, then don't do what you do. I'm sorry. It's my job. I have to send violations to people and sign it on the bottom. These people come directly to me, even though I'm not the one finding them. But that's my job. I don't pass on this rules or these responsibilities to committee members to give that news to them. It's bad enough that we're volunteers. So now we have to tell somebody, hey, by the way, I'm sorry, but it's my job. Now this person may take a personal with me. So the whole thing where
Rudy,
we don't,
Rudy,
but let me finish my train of thought.
I
know,
want to. I just want to correct
Lorenzo, but give
But
me
let me
one.
just correct the misunderstanding.
But I
Just
don't
let me
need
say
you-
one thing.
Lorenzo,
No. Let me just
Let me
interject.
finish my train of thought and then you can correct me. Because Brian finished his entire 700 trains of thought and nobody interrupted him, right? He spoke and everybody respectfully listened to him. So I shouldn't be the one responsible. Yes, I agree with you 100% that I should keep track of the absences, but not having a number here and leave this freely for anybody just to leave it up to somebody's mind. I mean, I had that in my committee. Somebody missed 2 times right before December hit. And then now we had to wait another 5. So why now I have to wait 6 months? No, there should be, in my opinion, a number, a set number that says, hey, after 3, now go face the committee. I mean, go face the council, right? I don't have to face you. I don't have to tell you. You're an adult. When you're signing to be in this committee, it's saying, hey, these are the rules. You know them already. They're not new to you. But when you leave this here, excessive absences, that can be interpreted as I can miss 9. So honestly, I'm 100%. We should have a number, and that responsibility should not be the chairperson to have announced it, to have it go tell the person. No, it should be, hey, you're three, staff, you pass on the message. Council, Ms. Ronald, hey, Mr. Rudy, I'm sorry, but listen, you missed three. I got notification that you missed three. What's going on? Right? Are you going to be part of this committee? Are you not going to be part of this committee? The same way that you have the responsibility to appoint them should be the same responsibility to pick up the phone and say, I got a report after your 3 absences. It says here 3 absences, not excessive absences. I mean, come on, guys. And I'm sure he's probably got the biggest issue, but the rest of us, this is really, I don't know who put this together, who came up, but it's honestly to a certain degree disrespectful to the job that we're doing here, that we keep passing on these buckets, and staff is the one getting paid to do this job. If you don't have enough staff, then on your budget, start cutting so much and hire staff to do these jobs. But don't continue on passing responsibilities to the chairs or the committees to now get rid of people. And I've heard, thank God Almighty, I've never had an issue in my committee where somebody thinks that I'm targeting them. But I heard stories here where committee members feel like the chair is targeting them and they can't wait for him to miss 3 to get him out of there. So now imagine the kind of conflict that you're going to create amongst committee members, that now this person who may have a situation, now it's going to get kicked out. But now with these excessive absence, that's 1. 2, I had it in my committee. Unfortunately, we had a member who had medical issues. But we didn't want to get rid of that committee. I recommend that we add something in here to protect those committee, these medical right. But the problem with the excuses are, how far are we going to take it? So it can be indefinite. Okay, great.
I'm sorry. What I was going to say, and I didn't want to interrupt you, was that the responsibility is ultimately a town council member responsibility. We appoint and we remove. So by no means, I don't want you to think that the responsibility is on the committee chairs to remove people. It's not. It's just to notify us, for example, that you don't have quorum, that you haven't been able to meet quorum because my appointee is not present. And then that responsibility falls back on me.
Or forget about quorum. You sign up for this committee to participate. If you're not showing up, I don't need to call you to say, hey, I'm not meeting quorum like Brian. This person is just not showing up. It's a 0 to the left. So why do we need to make it excessive to leave this very broad, sentence in there to where now there's no teeth?
So what you would like is for staff to notify the council member of absences instead of the committee chairs?
No, to have a number. The 3 was fine. Oh, hold on, Brian, because before you speak, with all due respect, everybody has to speak. Right. It's have a number here. Hey, 3 was, I think 3 honestly was a decent number, was a fair number. 4 quarters of the year, right? 3 months. I think that was fair. And even if you have a medical issue, you'll send a notice. Hey, look, I was at the doctor's, I'm here home. But to leave this excessive, I mean, I'm going to pass on the budget. Who's next?
I was a good example of this last month. I had 6 members taken off my committee for the excessive. Every single one of them came to me and said, why don't you like me? What happened? And I did not even know it happened. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And then I found out that they were removed, I guess my liaison to the council or whatever. And my thing was, first, before they were removed, I should have known about it. So I would have been prepared, but I wasn't. And I really felt horrible about it for I don't know how long. And I still feel bad about it for these people being thrown off. They all have been reinstated because none of them were, a lot of them were excused for absences because of COVID. So we went through all of that. I know there needs to be a procedure established, but I agree with you. We should not be the ones doing it. Because that was a horrible experience I went through.
I want to clarify something.
I'll talk.
Yes,
first and
yeah,
then
but I
you
want to
can
clarify something
respond
because I
because-
am going to allow everybody to speak, but I
know,
do
but-
want to clarify something because something is being lost in translation. The rule as it exists today, the existing rule here in practice, and it's been in practice for, my gosh, 12 years at least, 10 years, maybe longer, is that if the committee member misses 3 absences and the absences are taken by the secretary. So the secretary, that's her obligation. It's already on the committees. It's been on the committees for years. Okay. The secretary then gives it to the liaison then gives it to the clerk. The clerk, upon seeing that there's 3 absences, more than 3 absences, will automatically send an email to that committee member and tell them, thank you for your services, 3 strikes, you're out. Then what happens next? Well, either that committee member really doesn't care and they go and they leave, or B, that committee member reaches out to the council person who appointed them and says, why have you removed me? That council person would say is, I didn't know I removed you. I will appoint you at the next meeting. And they'll appoint them again. And they'll appoint them again. And they'll appoint them again until either the council member doesn't want to appoint them or it just keeps on happening. And there are instances where this is very repetitive because at the end of the day, the committee person serves at the pleasure of the council person. The council person wants to remove you, they can remove you without any cause. Okay. And they can appoint anybody that they want so long as, you know, they're not a felon and they meet the basic requirements. Okay. So the idea of this rule is just to kind of remove that part, which is clunky because it's not working. It's not functioning because the 3 strikes you're out. It doesn't matter. The council person can go ahead and replace you. Replace
But
the
sir,
person.
to address
it.
that, rather than have the clerk automatically send a letter, there's where you're lacking communication when those 3 absences come up. And not only that, but less than 50% attending activities. That's another, I mean, that's a killer too. It says, and participates in less than 50%. Anyone who's participating in less than 50, yeah, well, we don't want it removed. When you participate in less than 50% and you're missing all these meetings, why are you on the committee? But in order to circumvent this issue that Dottie had and that you're saying becomes somewhat uncomfortable, why don't you then immediately notify the council member before you send out the letter and say, look, we have a letter here for Mr. So-and-so. He's missed 3 meetings. He's also less than 50% attending the activities of the committee, and we've got the letter ready. Here it is. Councilman or councilwoman, take a look at it, your decision. But our recommendation, according to our rules, is that person needs to come off the committee. They're not being helpful. In fact, they're being detrimental to all the activities that we wanted to do and make sure that they're successful. We can't meet quorum. We have canceled meetings. It's just that one little step that you're missing. You're sending out the letter before. Right, so tweak it so that it goes to council.
Excuse me, please.
It needs to go
I'm
directly
getting
to the
nervous here.
council.
The biggest problem that I see with this paragraph is that it states that it's the responsibility of each committee member to report an excused medical related absence. Well, who's doing the excusing? That's the key word right now. Who is in charge of making it an excused absence? So I'm going to be absent. I'm going to tell Brian, Okay, he's the secretary. Now, the next step would be the secretary to go to the chair perhaps, and then the chair, somebody's got to be able to confirm, was it really a medical or not? So the only absence you're talking about here that's excused is a medical. There might be other things, but I get it. The point is, you're saying excused medically related absences are then reported to the secretary. I think you got it turned around. First, you report, the member goes to the secretary goes to the chair. And because she might have other people she knows as well, and then speaks up to the whatever you choose, the council person or whatever, and let it be the council person's understanding, and then have the person removed. But the point is, you're saying an excused medical related. So you're telling me that only a medical absence is an acceptable excused absence.
You know, Nancy, that's a great point. And the fact that we have that there is a carryover from the previous rule. But in reality, an excused absence could mean different things to all 7 members. Someone who took a trip to Mediterranean trip and had some issues with their kids, and perhaps it was their birthday and they missed 3-4 meetings. To them, it's excused. To another council member, that's not excused. So each council member has a different criteria. That's why at the end of the day, it's really up to them.
Can I give,
I think
I've got policemen and firemen who have shift work. And sometimes they can't make a meeting. And the way we've been moving meeting dates around since COVID and everything else, my guys have had a tough time making the meetings because they're on shift work. That should be excused as well. It's unique to me, unique to him when he's got a student doing something. So a medical come out of that paragraph.
I think my take in is that if you're a volunteer into a committee, if you missed 2 visits, you should be out, not even 3. This has to be effective. If we're committees, what are you here for? So 3 is generous, but it gives an ultimatum for somebody that if they're deciding not to show up, quorum is not being met, they're not just detrimental to the cause, they're actually hurting everybody else. It's a full disrespect. And I'm sorry if the staff is having issues with it, it's kicking the can down the road. This has to have an ultimatum on here that this is a hard line. I've been as well accused of picking on a person that never showed up. And when I met her with her, I said, please remove yourself. You're not removing, you're not showing up. We're not meeting quorum because you don't come. And she says, too bad. Eventually she was removed. And then she said, what'd you do to me? I said, I didn't do anything. I didn't even know you were out. This is a fact. So absolutely.
can I give a quick, it's very quick.
Question too, please. Can I please? Can I please ask a question? Thank you. I have a question. This is from Mike Coote. He asked me to ask you this question. We've had 3 members from the Veterans Committee removed this year. This was done without any communication or consultation to our chairperson. They were notified they were removed from, I guess, from the clericol's office, from our liaisons, but we had no knowledge of them being removed. With a phone call, all 3 of these people were reinstated. And Michael's question is, how did this happen? I'll repeat it. This is from Michael Coote. We had 3 members from the Veterans Committee removed this year for non-attendance. There was no communication from the town staff to our Veterans Committee, to our chairperson. They were simply removed without any consultation. With a phone call, all 3 were reinstated. And Mike's question is, how did this happen?
Because again, that's how it's written. The council member can do, first of all, it's automatic the removal. So after the liaison, the clerk receives the attendance and they keep track of it and they see, okay, Victoria usually sees it. Okay, they've missed 3 meetings. She automatically sends a letter. Now that Right, it's the clerk's office who receives that information and who sends out those notices. Now, if that person has a good communication with their council member, all they're gonna do is pick up the phone and say, hey, I got kicked out. Can you reinstate me? Next meeting, they get reinstated.
Well, that's not exactly how this happened. And my other question to follow up is, now we're stating, well, this seems to have been monitored by someone. And now we're stating that the chairperson needs to make a report every 6 months. Well, this has been monitored previously. And is this something in addition we're doing? Is it still going to be monitored or, I don't understand. But in any case, this was Michael's question and I wanted to present it to you.
Let me put my 2 cents here for a minute. Hearing everybody here, and I had this issue on my committee as well, that I had to cancel meetings because I did not meet quorum. And I can have up to 14 members. Now I'm up to 10. I can still have a 0.4 more. I always say that God has a simple plan for complicated people like every one of us. And we always tend to complicate things. I believe that our consensus here, and I'm gonna put something on the floor, is that 3 strikes and you're out. That's plenty. Instead of us or the clerk sending the letter and saying 3 strikes and you're out, since they get appointed by the council, on those 3 strikes, the letter should be sent to the council, and the council should tell them, hey, you read the rules, you signed the document, you sworn in, 3 strikes and you're out. There's no excuses. You missed 3, you're out. If it's a medical excuse, obviously, if you're sick, you're sick. You can make it. But 3 strikes and you're out. I think we should stick to that. 6 months is very excessive. Okay. And again, when we all came in, we said that we're going to serve in the committee. And again, the rules of the games are the rules of the game. We shouldn't be changing them now. We agree on this on our last meeting, and it took a while to get the 3 strikes. So I believe we should leave the 3 strike rule.
But the automatic removal.
Yeah, and have the council call them up. And not put that on the chair first.
Yep.
Well, but 3 strikes and you're out.
So if I may,
You're out.
go ahead.
Homero, the problem with what you're saying, I understand what you're saying.
I understand.
Is that, again, and this rule's been in existence. The first argument I ever had with Clarasol was when I automatically got removed. I think that was about 10 years ago when I served on the Elderly Affairs Committee. Layla, I think, was still in a little stroller, and she's 15. No, was she? I don't know. She was tiny. So, and the argument was because I was automatically removed. I got pissed. I think I called, I forgot who was the council member that appointed. It was Nelson Hernandez. Nelson, why'd you remove me? No, I didn't remove you. It was Clarasol, blah, blah, blah. Okay, can you reappoint me? Yeah, reappointed me. Right? It happened to me. So I understand this rule is ancient, and I also understand that it's not really working because it's automatic removal, and then the council person can decide to reappoint you. It's ultimately their decision. Now, I do like something you're saying, and we can think about it, brainstorm that the letter, maybe the clerk sends it to the council person automatically and says it here, drafted this letter, this person's missed 3 meetings. What do you want me to do? That can happen. And that way the decision is ultimately on the council person, what they want to do with that individual. But
Or perhaps,
Sure.
just a thought, you have on your third, your second absent, you send a letter, you are subject to being removed. If you miss 1 more meeting, will be your third, you'll be removed from the committee. That leaves it up to the committee member. If he doesn't show up, he's removed. Or subject, you're on your second absent. If you miss 1 more meeting, you'll be subject to removal. You can send it to the council member or woman, whoever appointed them, and to that member. If you do not present yourself to the 3rd meeting, then you will be removed. That's their sign that you know what? I already missed 2 meetings. I'm not going to go to the 3rd. I'm out.
If I can interrupt for 1 second, I have the clerk on the phone and she wanted to clarify just 1 point. Madam
Good
Clerk?
evening. Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. I hope you can all hear me. This is Gina Inguanzo, and I've been listening to the committee meeting. I want to say thank you to all. It was a good participation, very active participation. I just want to clarify for the record. Victoria Martinez and I, which are the 2 members of the Office of the Clerk, we do not keep attendance. We do not. We don't go to the committee meetings. We don't take notes. We don't do the minutes. We are in our office, and every month or every other month, we get an email from the liaisons, which are our colleagues, which go to every committee meeting. And they write us an email and they just say, Victoria, Gina, please remove the following committee members that have been absent 3 times. And I want to clarify, the liaisons get this information from the minutes that are prepared, not by them, by the secretaries. I think, in my humble opinion, because I work with Victoria hand in hand, and this is one of our responsibilities, making sure that committee members, all of them, the vice chairs, the chairs, and all the committee members comply with the committee rules. Just as the council members comply with the special rules of order that I have to sometimes talk to them, right? And remind them. And just like the town attorney does as well, we remind them, hey, you follow, sunshine law, you follow Florida statute, and you have to follow special rules of order. The committee members have to follow the committee rules. That's why it's very important, the meeting that you're having tonight, that you're brainstorming and you're trying to improve, to clean, to make them more effective. My humble opinion, just like Victoria, I'm talking on her behalf because we go through this all the time. When we get an email from town staff, town liaison saying, please remove the following individuals due to absence, I don't question. My job is not to question my colleague. My job is to say, okay, due diligence was made. Let me send the email out and, remove them with a lot of kindness and respect. If the council member wants to reappoint, that is up to them. I don't agree and I don't disagree. I do my job and we reinstate the individual during the council meeting, or they decide not to. But I think that the problem here is miscommunication between secretaries, between chairs, and between liaisons. So I see it very simple. I see it as the person who is drafting the minutes, please try to take good notes and communicate with the chair and with the liaison in writing. Say, hey, I just did the minutes. Jane Smith was absent. The chair might say, yes, she was absent because I heard that she had COVID. To communicate, put it in writing to the liaison. The liaison will read it and will say, Gina, you know what? No, this person that I sent that I thought had been absent, it's wrong. She wasn't absent because she had COVID. But the problem is that the liaisons are not getting accurate information from the secretaries and the chairs. So I just think this could be resolved if the 3 of them communicate effectively, so that when I get the email, I don't make a mistake, which looks bad on me and on Victoria, saying, please, you have been removed. And the next day, I find out that the person should not have been removed. It will save me an embarrassment, and it will definitely save an embarrassment to the appointing council member.
Absolutely, Gina. Thank you so much.
If I may for one,
Everyone says thank you.
if I may for 1 second. I don't know what goes on with the other committees and the chairs not being informed, but for example, on the Youth Activities Task Force, and my liaison knows this, as well as Gina, the town clerk, knows this. My committee, when they're going to be absent for any reason, they let the liaison know, and the liaison will let me know who's not coming, and let me know if it's excused or unexcused. Once that committee member hits that 3 meeting mark, and I know after the meeting, just in case they show up in the middle of the meeting or something like that, I waited maybe a day or 2, and Ernie knows this. I send Ernie an email. Hey, so-and-so, please be aware, or please be advised, so-and-so has missed 3 committee meetings due to committee rules please advise the town clerk and the council member that they need to be removed per committee rules. So it's coming from me to the liaison to you guys. I'm not,
Right, but that might not be the way it happens in every committee.
but if I'm being honest, I think that's how it should happen. Because I don't think people, the committee members should be going to the secretary. The secretary at the end of the day is a volunteer just like me and all of us. They're not going to look at every single email and every single text message and every single call that they receive. Like everyone else, they have lives, they have jobs, they have things, right? The liaison's job that they get paid for is to do that. So by sending them the excuse or, hey, I can't come in, that's on them to let the chair know, right? So then, for example, on my agenda, if you look at my committee agenda, next to their name, there's a box. And on top, it says absences. Every meeting, it's updated. You get one, you have a 1 next to your name. You have 2, you have a 2 next to your name. Guess what happens when you have 2 absences? My liaison contacts that person, letting them know that they have 2 absences. On their 3rd absence, that they don't come to that meeting, I send my liaison an email the next day letting them know, hey, this person was not here for 3 meetings. Please let the town clerk as well as the council member know. I think that's one of the routes that I think that's probably the better route, because it kind of creates that efficiency in the committee. Hey, if they're not going to be interested, get them out of here. At the end of the day, it sounds bad, but there has to be some form of way to do that. As a committee chair, I'm running a committee meeting and making sure my committee is running smoothly. In order to do that, we need to make big decisions and hard decisions. Yeah, I've removed almost 7 people this year, and they all came after me. And you know what I told them? I'm gonna say this because my committee makes fun of me for saying this. I go, I've been here for 10 years and I have not missed 1 meeting. Where have you been? I started in high school, just like you. Where have you been? Once a month. Not every week, once a month.
So this is my suggestion to staff, because we do have to realize that the point also the staff is making, and that we have no control, and we have to be very, very realistic to that point. And I understand that. We need to know in what capacity we're working here, and neither go back to staff and say, hey, no, not forget the council, we have, because I'm 100%, and I don't want the responsibility of appointing or removing. But I'm going to make a suggestion where I have in mind that, yes, it is the responsibility of the council. And I think it's a very easy one, in my opinion, where it says something along the lines, absences in excess of 3 may result in removal of the committee member by the town council. I think pretty much that it provides some teeth, right? It's not very broad as an excessive absences. And it also gives that power really to who has it. Because at the end of the day, we got to be realistic. We don't have that power. So why are we going to try to fight for a power that we don't have, regardless of quorum, regardless if they're not there for the events? And definitely to the young lady here next to me, you know, we need to have something along the lines that participation in the events.
So Rudy, let me just tell you and see if this will be acceptable to the group. So taking the new language that we've proposed, strike out the second to last sentence that says attendance reports shall be included in the chairman's semi. Take that sentence.
Yes.
Okay. So then to add on to the last sentence, based on what you just said, would be excessive absences in.
No, not excessive. No, it's got to say absences.
Absences
in the excess of 3. Right? And then continue. No, May, it's fine.
No, but shall be reported to the appointing council member and may result in the removal of the committee member by the council.
Yes. Is that how everybody, is that? May, I'm going to tell you something, because we don't have the power under or under the, what is it called?
Or say a recommendation to the council member for removal.
Of 3.
Yeah, we don't have that power. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to continue, is what I understand, staff. It's a game. And at the end of the day, they're going to remove it. I know I'll give you the mic now. Let me finish. At the end of the day, they're going to keep doing whatever they want to do. So if a person missed 3, 4, 5, and 6, and they come back to them and they feel like this person still can have good value to that committee, doesn't matter what you think, they're going to put it back in there. You can go shout, scream, and she can say, listen, thank you for your feedback. That's my opinion. That's my vote. That's it. So why are we going to fight? And as a matter of fact, Lorenzo, before he goes on, where is that in the, what do you guys call it? I always go to governing documents, the charter. So we're not going to change the charter. So why are we going to fight? And the rules cannot be changed to where now they don't have that power. This is a charter thing. So we're going to continue hitting walls here. So that's the reason why we say May.
That's fine as far as the charter is concerned. We're not changing the charter.
The 50% of the events, I don't know if you guys as a committee quantify that and report that similar you do to meeting, you don't. But that would be.
It's not there. It's if we don't do it, to be quite honest with you, is there for the use. If we have somebody that has a chronic issue, right? Maybe 2 or 3, it's not a big deal. 4, maybe they went to 50%.
Right, but the problem, Rudy, I don't disagree with any of you, and I understand that from being in your seat as a past committee member, attending committee events. I mean, and that's even better for staff, because many times staff feels burdened with the responsibility of carrying, putting the event on. The problem is that for meetings, there's a simple mechanism. The secretary has to take attendance, right? And those attendance. That attendance has to be put into minutes, and those minutes have to be then presented to staff. I mean, there's a law in place. Okay. With regards to events, I mean, not every single event attendance is taken, and there's not a mechanism to take attendance. It's kind of, but who's doing the record keeping, right? So, but not necessarily at every single event is the secretary taking attendance. It's not a requirement at every single event for them to say who was there and who was not. That's a problem.
No. Sorry. So ultimately the information, and I think that that's what the clerk was trying to communicate. The information goes from the committee to the liaison, one way or another, right? If there's an event and the liaison is not there, or if there's a meeting and the liaison is on vacation, the secretary usually is the one that records that information. That information through the liaison, through Claricel, gets submitted to the clerk's office, and then the clerk applies this rule. So in the instances where some people perhaps were like in the Elderly Affairs Committee, if individuals are absent due to COVID, it's important for that information to be given to the liaison so that the liaison can document that. And I'm not sure, Claricel, how that gets documented. Do you have like an attendance sheet, or you go based on the minutes? So then even better, then when you adopt the minutes every month, it's important to read through them and make sure that whoever was absent. And if it's an excused absence, that it says that, so that when the information trickles down. Now, it is very true, and as a council member, it is very true that it is our decision ultimately. But if there's a chairperson that calls me and says, this person has not attended the last 2 meetings, they don't answer emails, they're not interested, you appointed them, but they're just not in it, then it's up to me to call that person and say, I appreciate you reaching out to volunteer, but if this is not a commitment that you can fulfill, it's okay. We understand. I'm going to remove you. I don't have to wait 3 absences to remove someone. I can remove them on the first one. Just like I can reappoint them after 3 absences, or I can appoint them without them going to 2 meetings, or I can appoint them without the consideration of the chairperson, because ultimately that's the council member's prerogative. So these rules are in place, but we can waive any of them as council members that we choose. So in any committee, any chairperson that has a specific issue that wants to reach out to the appointee, a council member that appointed, I have no words today, it's been a long day, then you can do that. So I just want you to know that outside of what we write here, there's always room for specific situations that don't fall within. Dottie doesn't have a microphone, right?
It's, if it wasn't broken, why are we fixing it? It's what it sounded like.
It has been broken and perhaps not in your committee. Right, but it is broken. And so the reason why we feel that it's broken is because the excused absences are the ones that are kind of falling through the cracks. And so there have been people that have been removed erroneously. They shouldn't have been removed because there was like Dottie said, she had like 6 people removed from her committee or 7. And some of them had been out due to COVID. That wasn't properly documented or it didn't properly funnel through to the clerk's office. So when the clerk receives 3 absences, she automatically removes, and then the committee members, some that have been serving for many, many years and are essential members of the committees. We all know that in our committees, and I was a committee member for many years, there's some individuals that are kind of like the heart and soul of the committee. When you lose one of those, sometimes even if they're absent 3 times, right, which is what Rudy was alluding to, right? If you have a committee member that has fallen on difficult times or has a ill family member like Chairman Coote, who is, maybe missing a particular meeting for a very valid reason, we have to be able to go outside of these rules to address. Correct. Those are the exceptions.
Yeah.
Correct. And I believe that the issue has been that council members have been reappointing the same people back to committees. Am I correct? So that's why for staff, when staff goes through the trouble of keeping track of absences and documenting it and emailing it and sending it to the clerk and then removing someone only for them to come back next month, reappoint that person and start the rat race all over again, that's inefficient for staff. So I think that's what they were trying to curtail with these changes.
I have a question. In the case of the Elderly Affairs Committee, Dottie had 6 people removed from her committee with no knowledge whatsoever. She found it afterwards by the people when they told her that they were removed. And in the same case with our chairperson Coote, we had 3 members that were removed without any knowledge. Wouldn't it have only been proper for the liaisons or someone to let the chairperson know that these people were going to be removed? In this case, we have 9 people that were removed without any communication whatsoever. Were there any other community, any other committees had people removed without notification?
No, with all due respect, I don't know why that happened to Dottie.
Okay, but it
because-
only happened to 2 committees. It happened to the Elderly Affairs and happened to the Veterans. None of the other committees, including yours, had anyone removed. This was done to ours arbitrarily. I mean, how did this happen to these 2 committees? My question.
I think that has more to do because, so for example, I know a lot of you guys share the same liaison. I don't have that issue because I have a separate liaison from most of the committees. I know some committees may have a different liaison. For example, my liaison only serves as the liaison for my committee. So he's not, does that make sense? It's not like it's a mixture of a bunch of different committees. That's the only issue. That's the reason I don't have that issue, right? Because I know you and Dottie may have the same liaison, and maybe that's why you're having the same issue. For example, I don't have Io. I have Ernie as my liaison, so I don't run into that issue. So I guess it all depends. I guess it all depends on the liaison themselves as well.
The rule, we were just discussing that, right? So we weren't singling anybody out. That's not the case. We were just following the step-by-step rules as listed in this previous section 10.
Right. When they notify the council member, they should notify the chair at the same time. So we're all on the same.
All right, so what we're gonna do when the notification goes to the council member that John Doe has been absent for 3 meetings, with that email or that notification, that will also CC the chairperson and the person affected, the person that's being discussed. But that's not practical because there's no minutes of those events. There's no collection. That's not something that we have been collecting anyways. It hasn't been even considered. It's been in the rules, but we haven't done it because there's no logistic. But that goes back to as the chairperson of a committee. If you have a committee member that is not attending or participating in the events, even if though it's not in the rules, you always have the latitude to pick up the phone, call the committee or the council member and say, hey, you appointed this person. They come to all the meetings, but they don't show up to any of the events. They don't put it into any, help with any of the events. You always had that ability. But in the rules, it talked about automatic removal. That's where, but it never really happened because that's not something that you don't take attendance at the events. But you don't keep track. There's no minutes. There's no attendance.
All right, my problem with my committee is all of mine are professionals. They all work. My bingos all start at 11 o'clock and go to 2 o'clock. How can they participate in that? I have maybe three socials a year, maybe 4 if I'm lucky. So am I going to get rid of my whole staff because they can't attend?
That highlights the uniqueness of everything. It's gonna be different. The events are different.
So that would not qualify.
So that's where we leave up to the discretion of the chairperson. If
Okay.
you feel somebody's not pulling their weight with events, you pick up the phone, you say, hey, so-and-so's not doing A, B, C, and D, and the council, member, together with the chairperson, will make a command decision and say, I'm gonna remove it because they're not participating in that.
What mine usually do, they sponsor an event, not all of them, but they'll say, all right, I'll sponsor a forum where a doctor comes out and talks, or some of them have sponsored a whole Catholic hospice. They sponsor both our committee and the Veterans Committee.
Well, that's
So-
okay for you, your committee, and it's not important that
Okay.
that particular member attended all of your events, then you just don't report it and then I can move for that.
I believe, I believe that the involvement of the council person in the process is going to really be very important. Why? Because I think the main thing came up because people, when they get this notice, they're shocked because they're not expecting it. So if someone, and I went through that. I was removed. I was a member founder of the Elderly Affairs Committee. And after I had been in the committee for about 10 years, attending all the events and doing a lot of things, one day in a meeting, I was told that I'm no longer in the committee, that I was removed because I had 3 absences. And I was so upset. I mean, I was shocked. And I was so upset. I said, why nobody told me? I mean, why nobody came and talked to me before, before embarrassing me in front of everybody here, telling me that I'm not a member of the committee anymore. So, and after the council members and everybody were telling me that don't worry, we're going to reappoint you, that whatever. But I was so upset that I didn't want to belong to a committee anymore. And I just left and I didn't want to come back. Finally, no, I came back. I'm back. I mean, I'm back in the committee for about 5 years, whatever. I've been in this committee forever. But this time, when they removed these 6 people, they called me immediately, asking me, what is this? What happened? Why? I think it's lack of knowledge. They probably don't know the rule. And then nobody calls them like, if you appoint someone and he's not performing, I do think. No, I was removed a long time ago. I mean, many years ago when Luis Collazo was the chairman of the committee. I don't know, it was a long time ago. So, I think it's just that you feel that you are doing something for the town and you've devoted so many hours and so many times. But maybe if you work, if you have other things, sometimes you just unfortunately miss meetings and maybe don't even realize it. Yeah, like, if someone calls you and tells you, what happened, you've already missed 2 or 3 meetings, and maybe you make that person wake up, and also you make that person feel that, he's important. And if that person is not interested, well, he's not interested, he can go. But at least someone gave them the attention, or, just.
And ask them why they haven't been attending, they'll usually tell us, I'm so sorry, work is very busy, I'm not gonna be able to come into this committee, and they will apologize for not attending when the council member reaches out.
Right.
They're always very gracious.
Right.
They
It's,
pretty much do it, but I can't-
it's just like a personal attention, it's like, so that's all.
So. The chair's responsibility when someone's appointed to a committee, and I know Nancy's seen me do this because she has attended my committee meetings before. Every time someone is appointed to my committee, on my agenda, if you look at my agendas, most of the time there's an agenda item that says committee rules or committee attendance. Why do I have that on there? Every time someone is appointed to my committee, I make it very clear. These are the rules for attendance. You miss 3, you're out. You miss 50% plus 1 events, you're out. Okay? As a committee chair, I take pride in my committee. That's why I've been here for so long, and that's why I don't leave, and I fight for what I believe in this committee and making life better for youth in my community. For new committee members, they need to know. I know they receive a copy of the committee rules when they join the committee. I don't expect them to, I know they're not going to read it. Most people don't read their emails. Most people don't read things. That's why as a committee chair, I put it on the agenda. These are the rules. These are how many meetings you can miss or you will be removed. And if you don't want to be in the committee, leave. If you're not interested and you're not going to be committed, leave. I can't state it enough to my committee, and you could ask all my committee members every single meeting. I just drill it into the meeting because it's important to let them know, hey, you're here for a reason. You're doing something good. Keep on doing that good thing because good karma comes back to you when you do good things for other people. But with you not showing up, guess what? You're hurting everyone else on that committee, on that board. Like I said, I had a point where I was missing 4 to 5 meetings in a row and I had no quorum. But drilling it, and I was drilling it into them before as I had people appointed that never even showed up to a meeting. They didn't even know they were appointed.
But Brian, let's be realistic into this lady's point. Congratulations that for the past 10 years, you have not missed a meeting. But let's be realistic, okay? We all have kids, lives, girlfriends, jobs, right? And to her point, there will be times that you will miss. There will be a conflict for those of us that have jobs and have other responsibilities, or per se, more responsibilities than other. And we could have planned accordingly to be on that meeting and something just came up that we don't have control. That is the reason why in the charter, it's not that 3 and you're gone, 50% in 1 and you're gone. It is not our responsibility to throw them out. And that's the reason why staff continues to have the challenge of, wait a second, we're sending these communications and the council is just reinstating these people. So we got to be realistic with the situation because this lady sounds like she's been giving a lot to this town and she shouldn't have been just thrown out, even if she misses 3. So I agree that that's a prerogative of the council. She turns around and says, hey, thanks to the 10 years they're not missing, but thanks to the 10 years that you have been working with the committee, but unfortunately, you had a situation that could have not been medically. My job is perfect example. I may have a meeting. It's scheduled every month. It's there. But if all of a sudden my job calls an emergency meeting, guess where I'm going to be? In that emergency meeting. But that should not, and I should not be held and crucified because I missed 1 or 2 or even 3 meetings that not necessarily have to be because of illness. Okay? That's the reason why I go back to my council and say, or to my council members, say, listen, I'm sorry. Yes, I reached my 3, but I would like to continue on participating in this committee. I would like to continue to providing the time to this town. Now, if it's a chronic issue where every other month or every other 2 or 3 months, then that's even at that point, it's up to the council to say, well, listen, Rudy, I understand that you want to continue to participate, but look, it's in 6 months, you've missed, 5, 6, and now I have not only the chair, but I have these other members that are, giving me an earful. So no, I agree that it should be a number there. So the council member can have some kind of guidance, but at the end of the day, they want to continue and do what they're doing because they're doing it anyways. Look, a perfect example. I know I say no, disrespect, but Council Urano here took 20 years to fill her position in this committee here. She had probably the entire town upset at her. Did she care? No, that was her prerogative and her decision. And we needed to respect that decision. So what are we going to do? Oh, what are you doing? It's your fault. No, it is what it is. The same way that her or any other wants to continue on doing that. You know what? Then think about that twice when you vote for that council member that kept appointing that member after absence and after absence. So that's my
Just
Okay,
so you know, Rudy, I'm not against you, by the way, about the whole, I'm okay with the 3, then letting you guys know to remove them, not 3 and you're out. I'm just stating what I did with my committee as an example. Yeah. And just as a reminder, this is once a month.
So I think more or less along the guidelines of what you've mentioned, and let's move on because it's already 8:48 and I know all of you have families to go home to. We still have other rules to go through. Yeah, all right. You might. It's just going to say something along the lines of absences in excess of 3 unexcused in 1 calendar year shall be reported to the sponsoring council member, chairperson, and the committee member, and may result in the removal of the committee member by the town council. Okay. All right. So
here's what happens in that, right? And I understand we're really putting a lot more work on staff. And if it's too many steps, they're human. Something's going to fall through the cracks. So what I recommend, because no matter what, remember these 3 absences, they're still not going to throw them out, right? They're going to call them and say, hey,
yeah,
what's going on? Okay. And I think 3, it's reasonable. But here's what I do. And I believe I've missed maybe the last meeting to do it. I have a signing sheet. And that signing sheet that I have is from January to December. It has all the members, and all they have to do is we pass them around and initials under their name for that month. So now, if I'm a committee member, and that's, and guys, let's be realistic. 99% of the time, when you miss a meeting. That's the same thing when all of a sudden you miss paying your rent, your mortgage. Come on, you don't miss paying those important things. So by that, as a committee member, you have the responsibility. You can, lay everything on the chair, on the secretary. You're looking, okay, well, you know what? I missed this one. I missed that one. Yeah, I've missed 2 already so far. That's my recommendation. I think the 3 is good because no matter what, at the end of the day, the council is going to do whatever they want. Either 2 or 3. If they get notified, when they get that 3, they're going to get that phone call again. And they're going to say, listen, can I stay? And they're going to leave them there.
So section. Right. Agreed. Yeah. All right. And the chairperson of the committee. All right. Section 11, appointments. Section 11, appointments, vacancies, and resignations. So the next change is in section 11, where it says part A, it's any qualified person wishing to serve on a committee shall, prior to submittal of an application, attend 1 regularly scheduled committee meeting and discuss his or her desire to join the committee with the committee chair. Okay. B, any qualified person who has completed the requirements of subsection A shall complete a complete application to the town clerk. The reason that we put that there is just to make sure that that person has already at least attended and at least already spoken with you all first before making that application to the clerk. Because what happens is that once the clerk receives the application, then the town council person has that application in hand and can appoint. So we want to make sure that they meet that requirement. They talk to you, you guys get to at least meet them for at least once prior to them being appointed. Yes.
Really quick, I'm pretty sure all of us had talked about this last meeting. I think we talked about the two, to show up to two, not one.
Yes. This was voted by the council and was passed.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the other thing was, because it was passed at one point, I'm pretty sure, was vetted by the chair.
Yes, this was passed by the council that they meet with the chair.
Okay.
Yes. The town council, that's the direction they gave us. at the
Then
last
can we be notified when someone is appointed to our committee, please? Because people just show up.
Yeah,
and we
well,
don't know who they are, or
Again,
what they're doing there.
the way that we organize the rule is that they have to attend the meeting and they got to talk to you before they can fill out that app. So in that application, there's going to be a section there where it's going to say when they went to your meeting and they talked to you guys. So you'll know. Yeah, sure. The next one is yeah. So the next one
on?
that is also one that Councilman Dieguez. Yeah, sure. Sorry, Larry.
We up to that yet?
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's on.
Okay, now it's on, right?
I can hear you.
Number F regarding a committee member being a committee member is qualified for the office of mayor or town councilman. We had an issue not that long ago where Bill Perez was running for council. And it was kind of awkward because we really wanted him to be the grand marshal in the parade. He had all the qualifications. He was really our first choice. And because of the way it was handled by the town and the way the whole thing came about, at the very end, we were voting at the meeting on the grand marshal, but we weren't given the names. And by advice of town council, we didn't elect him. I chaired that particular meeting and I basically skipped right over it because I didn't want to be in violation or do anything wrong or against the town. But the fact is, it was wrong. He should have been our grand marshal. And whoever's idea it was to orchestrate that in the manner that it was orchestrated, it just was improper. And for that reason, he did not become the grand marshal as he should have.
It's not because of the rules. It's just an issue of kind of.
It shouldn't have been an issue.
It's no, it is. It is because the issue is that it's the grand marshal of the town of Miami Lakes, and a person who's running for as a candidate. When you do that, and especially it was a week prior to election day, it almost gives the appearance that the town is endorsing a candidate for
At
office.
that point, the majority
So
of the votes had already been in. At that point, the majority of the voting had already been done.
election day hadn't passed. Election day is election day.
And not only that, there's no ruling. This was a decision.
This was my
mindset
opinion.
made-
And I'd give that opinion again, Larry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's wrong. The town should not be endorsing anybody or
absolutely.
giving
agree.
the appearance that we're endorsing anybody.
And the town, absolutely, but there is no ruling. There's no ruling that he shouldn't have
It was
been
my
grand
opinion.
marshal.
It was
It
my
was only,
opinion.
right, exactly. It was your opinion. It was your opinion.
Probably not illegal. It would be inappropriate to have had him a week before election day as the grand marshal. And his career speaks for itself. It's an incredible career. And next year, he'll have the opportunity, to be the grand marshal. He could have done it last year. This year, the timing right before, if it would have been 6 months before the election, maybe not a big deal. A week before the election, it was completely inappropriate for that to be the grand marshal in the town's Veterans Day parade.
I respect your opinion, but I believe it should have been left up to the voters.
Excuse me, along those lines, is it appropriate then for the town council to show that they were promoting and all in favor of something that was on a ballot for all of us to vote for, because I took offense with how heavy-handed the council was about the Optimist Park, feeling like that was something that was not only supported, but promoted by our town council, when it's really something that should just be, this is what we're going to vote for. It's up to the voters.
I
But
mean,
promoted by council people on
If-
social media.
I'm going to be
all
honest.
over. And that really, I found offensive, and that's right along the lines of.
I'm going to say that if it was the entire town council pushing for the Optimist Park, 100% I agree with you.
No.
But I know that Councilman Rano here pushed very hard against it. And I know that Councilman Vice Mayor Rodriguez voted very much in favor of it. And each of the council members, just like all of us, had the right to go ahead and promote and put their own point of view.
But then that's contradictory to
No.
what you just said about the.
No,
parade.
it's a difference because each council person has a First Amendment right to be able to expose and propose, sorry, it's late at night and I'm hungry, their own viewpoint, right? We all have the right to express our own viewpoint. Larry has the right to
But
express
when
his
you
own
hold an
viewpoint.
office,
Larry
it's
is,
different than a private citizen.
Larry as the vice chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee has the right to say, I am the vice chair and I'm a resident of Miami Lakes and I support Mr. Perez in his candidacy for town council. He's got all the right in the world and he can say his credentials. There's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. Now, it's very different from a honor, a town honor, like a grand marshal of a Veterans Day parade. And the town is putting that person in that place of honor days before election day. That gives almost the impression that there is some kind of endorsement of that person. That's wrong. That you can't do that. That's where there's a difference in the line. So if the town council as a body would have said, we're the town council and we support this bond, I would tend to agree with you. But each of them as individuals saying, I am councilperson Rano and I'm against it. I'm Vice Mayor Rodriguez and I'm against it. That's their First Amendment right. Yeah. That's the difference.
Excuse me,
As a
I beg to differ because I campaigned for 2 weeks. I know who was there. I know who was there campaigning for their own campaign and who was there campaigning for the Optimist. And it was not any council person who was running or anything like that at all. They were campaigning for other candidates and had nothing to do with the Optimist Park. And I was there for 2 weeks and I saw none of that.
How do we get, I'm so sorry, how do we get deviated from the
I
topic
have
that we're
no
in?
idea.
I just want to
Let's
make
go
sure
back.
that I don't lose track.
So
Is that you? Oh, man, you're not
No,
getting the mic no
it's
more.
my fault.
I got it. I got her. I got her back.
But look, I appreciate, Susan, I appreciate the question, Larry, and I appreciate the conversation. I respect you immensely, but it's doing my job. So anyways, going on to the next one. Okay, so the term of office was kind of simplified, and this was also brought by Councilman Dieguez. And we removed the last sentence where it says, subject to confirmation by a majority of the town council. In reality, it's each individual council member can appoint whom they desire. And that's the way that it's actually written in the charter. Number 13, term of office. Yeah, that's an extra rule that was put there, but in reality, it's not in the charter. The charter says that each council member has an equal number of appointments, including the mayor, but it doesn't say that all have to be in an agreement. Yeah. One of the things we mentioned, and I don't know if Councilwoman Rano, you want to chime in and what your thoughts are, is kind of to make this process maybe a little bit simpler, is that each council person, when there's a vacancy, can go ahead and appoint. It's your authority to appoint the person that you wish, so long as they meet, the basic qualifications and they've applied. And then at the council meeting, what you're simply going to do is you're just going to announce who you appoint, but you're not going to appoint them. You can appoint them before, so that person doesn't have to wait to the meeting. Yeah.
Right, when we vote on that list of appointees, we always vote yes, because I don't feel comfortable voting no for someone that, for example, the mayor is appointing or the vice mayor is appointing. We each have the right to appoint someone, so it's kind of symbolic more than anything that vote that we take on the dais.
So I guess instead of it be requiring a vote, it'll just be more of an announcement. So when Gina prepares the list and, I think normally when somebody makes a motion, the mayor reads them off, right? He says so-and-so for this committee, so-and-so for this committee. And so now he'll just be reading off the list as an announcement that these were appointed by these council members, and then that's the end of it. Doesn't require a ratification vote.
Lorenzo, quickly on 12,
Uh-huh.
especially on my committee, this one affects my committee.
On
On the
12.
deed, I have a couple that they're married, but the deed is on the wife's name, but the husband does not appear on the deed. Can
What are
he
you
still
looking at
serve?
in particular, Homero? 12D,
12E.
12E.
E.
Own and reside in a home. Do you want me to put, well, own and reside, but you're saying.
He lives in the house.
So you want to change from own to reside?
No, I don't want to change anything.
What do you want to?
No, on the HOA, on
Uh-huh.
any HOA, if you're not on the deed, you cannot serve as part of the board. If it's, let's say the wife is on the deed, but the husband is not, but this one also. resides.
But I understand what his issue is, because you can have a homestead right on the property, but your name may not appear on the title. Because you're married, right?
So you can still serve? Because
You-
I have a
you
person that wants
own-
to serve, but he's not on the deed.
But he
but
lives
he
there.
lives in the house.
It's like
they're
his
married.
wife or their partner, they're
The
married.
wife, yeah.
He owns it.
But he can serve on the committee, but he cannot serve on the HOA board.
That's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so moving right along. We're at 21, duties of the secretary. Here we're adding that 3 business days. All right, so business days would be instead of 7, so we're making your lives a little easier. So if it's meetings on a Tuesday, you got to turn it in by Friday. Thursday or Friday, Thursday. Right, section 21. So 3 business days prior to the next regularly scheduled meeting, the secretary needs to turn over the minutes. Failure to file the minutes within the time prescribed shall result automatic cancellation of the next publicly scheduled committee meeting. Now, the reason that we're doing this is we want to put something in here that makes sense and, is something that's feasible for the secretary to go ahead and turn around and give those minutes. But those minutes are important for 2 reasons. A, they should be reviewed by the committee at the next meeting and approved or not approved to figure out, Exactly, prior to the meeting, and then at the meeting, either approved or disapproved or whatever changes. And second, because it's kind of the law, that the town needs to have all these minutes as public records. If somebody calls and say, I want minutes of the blasting, we don't have to necessarily turn it around right away. I mean, we need to turn around within a reasonable time. But there are some committees I hear that have 6 months in arrears or 5 months in arrears, and that presents a problem, right? We need to have those as soon as possible so that we can keep them in case anybody makes those requests. And I'm not going to say which committee they are. So any thoughts on that? Make sense? I don't want confessions, actually. I really don't. I don't want yeah, but I'm not. No, just don't want anybody else. So no. Rudy, even if I do, she'll hurry her. All right, moving right along. Duties of the chairperson.
Pardon me. I need to, I'm sorry, I missed something. I need to go back. Under the members, member of the committee shall either be a resident of the town or be an employee of the town,
We're
own
going
a
back to
business
12?
property. Okay, yeah, back to
Okay.
12. I'm sorry, we missed
No,
it.
that's okay.
We have a man in our committee. Matter of fact, he was the grand marshal this year. My question is this: if a person is already in a committee, is he grandfathered in?
Yes.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I don't see that here anywhere about being grandfathered in.
It was. The resolution said it.
Okay,
Right.
perfect.
The,
Thank you.
the resolution stated it. All right, not to go back to the previous, but we have to go back to the previous. For the it's just real quick. If we can put it in writing that the requirement that you have the 3-day requirement of turning in the minutes. Yes, is fine, but can we send it at a specific time? Preferably before the next agenda is due for the next meeting, so that we can refer to those minutes and review them. So
Well, it says 3 business days prior to the next regular schedule.
to you guys, but not to submit to the committees, to the members. So you guys get it, and then you guys forward it, for us to review it.
You know, I don't have any problem in asking for more time. I'm just trying to be as
No,
flexible
no,
with
no,
you.
right, but
Because
saying,
we're already having problems getting them. So
right, but I'm not talking about for you. You guys get it in 3 days. That's fine. But us to get it back before the agendas are due, so that we, as a chair, I refer to my notes. So if we can look at that, if I miss something, I have it. So it's 10 days before the meeting, or 11 days. It's the agenda's due 7 days. So in 8 days prior to the meeting to have it. Something like that.
yeah, the reason we did this is to give you more time because we're having the problem with every committee, pretty much. They're not being turned in.
Okay, but if we have it in writing, we could say, hey, I need it before, and this is why.
It is in writing. It's no
we're not
committee's
getting
following it.
But we're not
No
getting the-
committee is doing it within 7 days. We're not receiving them.
Understood, understood. So hopefully this corrects it, but then put another line so that we get it prior to the meetings, but actually we need it prior to when we submit the agenda. Because
Yeah, we can say they'll be circulated to all the committee members. Yeah, as long as we have them. The problem is we don't have them. We're not getting them within 7 days.
No, no, understood.
Why can't the secretary mail it to the chair and the town? So we will at least have it to do our notes. That way we're covered every way.
But the minutes are not supposed to go to the chair by the secretary. The minutes are supposed to go to the liaison.
It is. The secretary, the liaison can go ahead and then just.
Right, that's what I'm saying, because we're not supposed to be sending anything to any
Correct.
of the committee members. Now, I'm gonna say that the 3 business. No, I have to. I'm gonna say that the 3 minutes, and I can say I'm guilty of charge, right? But the 3 days, I think may be too little, and I'll tell you why the 7 days, because the 7 days matches with the agenda. Oh, you're changing the agenda?
Yes. More to come. More to come.
Oh.
Okay, huh? So the next one. Okay, and then also following, no, there was more. We took out some. Okay, so 22, section 22, duties of the chairperson. Okay, the chairperson shall transmit the agenda to the town committee liaison 3 business days prior to the publicly scheduled committee meeting. Again, these are being done to help you because we're not getting them in the 7 days, so maybe 3 days. Right. Agendas must be received no later than 5 p.m. by the town liaison. So 5 p.m. No, it's really 48. The law prescribes a time of what is reasonable to have the agenda posted. 48 is reasonable. For a committee, it's okay. We don't want to go anything less than that. Okay. Agendas must be received no later 5 p.m. of that business day. And then under new business, we put that items proposed on the agenda distributed may only be heard under new business and shall not be added to the agenda until such time as a committee convenes and takes the addition deferral section of the agenda. In other words, if one of you, after the agenda has already been floated, comes up with an idea of a new business, you can present that item, but that item has to be presented at the meeting and it can only be added to new business if the majority vote on it. Okay? Yes.
Can I make a quick suggestion?
Mhm.
What if it was like, for example, the minutes 7 days prior, right? That give, and then I would suggest leaving maybe the agenda, the 3 days, but that will give ample time. For example, let's say, hey, I see something on the agenda, right? And maybe the committee voted on putting something on the agenda at the last meeting and I could see it in the minutes, then I could add it to the agenda. And I have that at least those 4 days.
Brian, if you want to give it to us 7 days before, please do so. But 3 days is the minimum. We just want to create the minimum
I'm talking about
standard.
the minutes, at least 7 days. Okay.
Minutes, that's it. That's a minimum. But if you give it 7 days, that's fine.
I sometimes send my agenda 2 weeks prior.
The Special Needs Advisory Board Secretary sends it the day after the meeting. So that's wonderful. That's great. But at a minimum, we need to have them the 3 days.
That's fine.
So that's basically it. And then at the end, it says also the chairperson is going to shall present a written report to the town council. Right now, it says an oral report semi-annually. This one's a written report to be included in the agenda. And in there you put, we'll remove summary of meeting attendance. So that way it's not on you chairs, but you do need to provide the meeting minutes and a financial report. So in other words, the meeting minutes, what happened, a financial report, some of you do it religiously, some of you don't. So we really want you to get in the habit of doing that so that the town council knows what you're doing. So it's important.
Can we do oral as well? So we
You can
have
do
a
oral,
copy-
sure.
So can we put
But you
oral
have to-
and or written?
No, but it has to be a written report and you can present it orally to the town council at that meeting.
So
So it shall be written. You
if
can
I don't
present
have
oral.
time to write an essay,
You do need to have something written.
so I can write one sentence? Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, the report has to be written, it has to be approved by your committee, and it has to be presented to the town council. Because many times, and this is coming from the town council, they want things in writing. They want to be able to review it prior to the meeting. They want to know what's going on. What is the committee asking for? When I have briefings and the manager has briefings, we on a monthly basis, one of the questions that, the manager and I get is, what are they asking? What do they need? What's going on? And sometimes we know exactly what's going on. And other times we're like, we don't know. We haven't gotten anything. And that doesn't look good for you. Because at the end of the day, when you're asking for money for your committee, you're asking for resources for your committee, and you're not reporting back to the council is going to be like, why? Right? So it's important. And so we're putting this to help you. Now it's a responsibility for you. Do it in writing, and it's going to help you. Am I right, Councilwoman?
So if we're submitting by a paper, an email or whatever, it still has to be presented or that is good enough and it'll be addressed at the next council meeting.
So semi-annually, you'll do your report, and you're great about that, Miguel. I mean, your reports are very extensive. You can tell exactly what you're talking about, what you're asking for. So the idea is just for all committees just to get in the habit of doing that and do the presentation. You usually do the presentation or somebody from your committee does it. So that's the idea. And then budget and request and financial. This is another big one. So prior to April 30th of each year, the committee shall submit a written report, including a budget request for the next fiscal year to the town council. Moving on in that same section, and we're talking about section 24. Thank you. It says all committees shall abide by the town sponsorship ordinance. All sponsorships are subject to town's approval. For accounting purposes, sponsorship dollars will be used first toward committee expenses. Budgeted general fund dollars will be used only after sponsorship dollars have been exhausted. Unused sponsorship dollars in any fiscal year may be carried forward into the next fiscal year. Unused budgeted general fund dollars will be forfeited and not carried forward into the next fiscal year. Available carry forward funds will be reported to the committee during the committee's April meeting. Okay? So that's already something that's in play. We're just clarifying it and memorializing it in the rules. If you have no budget, then you've got nothing to report. Yes.
But my question is, if we have some left over, is the town gonna tell us we have some left?
Yes,
I didn't know.
April
I
30th.
asked in every single meeting and I was always told that the county department isn't finished yet.
Yes.
So I don't know if I had any
So
left
now-
over or not.
So now now the committee, I'm sorry, now the finance department has responsibility in memorializing the rules that available carry for, well, remember, all these rule changes also are, these are being proposed, these are being discussed, but the final version is going to be voted on by Councilwoman Rano and her colleagues. So
Okay.
this could change, right? But the idea is that the available carry forward funds will be reported to your committee during the committee's April meeting. So you'll know what those carry forward dollars are.
Okay. So last year I just lost what I had left.
In April, you'll know. Right, so the carry forward, it's going to be reported in April, because that's when all the dollars are kind of put.
yeah, these are sponsorship dollars from last fiscal year that ended in September. Goes after that, our finance team closes the books. Now December, January, they work with the auditors to audit the books. The auditors make the presentation to the council. Then we also present to the council the carry forward amendment, usually in either February or March. That's where they're gonna say, elderly affairs, last year, they had sponsorship dollars that weren't spent. We're gonna, in the carry forward amendment in March, we're gonna recommend to the council that they put that back into your budget. So in April, they're gonna tell you, okay, Dottie, from last year's budget, sponsorship dollars that you did not spend, you have now, that was approved by the council, you have now X number of dollars. And now you could reallocate those in your current budget to some new event or some new proposal. Got it?
On our side, since we do not have a budget, the committee for Blasting Advisory Board is 14 members. In reality, there's 5 of us. But as an example, if we were to assign shirts, just so we're all uniform on it, we need to allocate funds for 14 members. 14 members, or 14 shirts won't be used. 5 will be used. So that leaves an excess or surplus, and which would be reduced the following year. So the point is, on certain items like that, and I know like the youth task force, you guys use t-shirts, but you may have 50 of them because you got 100 kids running around. There should be a way in which we can allocate funds that is something generalized on that, so that we can allocate it properly. Because right now we're being left out in our committee, and then you guys approved the previous budgets, which we had 0. So we're approved 0 again. And and further, if we were to budget properly on our committee, it's not correct because we don't have 14 members. So it's excessive. So I think, playing with the numbers a little bit better would be better suited for this.
Your committee has the capacity to have 14 members, but you only have 5 appointed?
Now we have 7, right? We had 5, now we have 7.
Okay.
0.
No.
Hopefully we won't be in existence next year, but that's another story. That was funds that
That
were
was
reallocated.
in the mid-year, they reallocated money.
I mean, even to get these flyers printed, we were gonna pay for it out of pocket. And that's something that I want to bring up today. And so, there's things here that I think we need to be more fair.
That's probably a discussion for budget season.
It's, no.
All right, let's move on.
I'd like to ask a question about that. We asked last year, I guess, for a discretionary fund. We asked for $700. We thought that was a fair amount. This fund would be used by our chairperson for items like, for instance, like flyers or whatever, things that wouldn't have to go through the normal process and the bureaucracy of doing something that we need right away. And then later could be brought in for a vote or whatever, but he would have that discretionary ability to make these small purchases. We've had a few in the past, just recently. One, we had one of our members, Gary Cardonis. Everybody knows Gary from the American Legion. Well, Gary's mother-in-law died, who'd lived with him for the past 30 years. Very close family member. And we didn't have to think twice. We sent flowers right over. Of course, the town denied reimbursement for that because they said that this wasn't for Gary. Heck, this was Gary's mother. What's more for Gary than the lady that's lived with him for 35 years? His mother that he called mom. Another one came up just recently. It was at the Veterans Parade for coffee. It was Mike was asked to buy coffee for all the volunteers that came out early to work to help set up at the parade. And he did. He went to Victoria's Bakery, whatever it was, and bought a whole bunch of coffee for everybody. I don't know what the bill was. It was a couple $100. It wasn't even that much. And he was told he was going to be reimbursed for it. And then, of course, later on, he was told that there wasn't funds to reimburse him for that. This doesn't seem right. Again, if there was a discretionary fund, it wouldn't be a question. He could just go ahead and he would have the authority to spend that money on something that we all knew was needed and should have been approved by the town. Another one recently, more recent, is the honorarium for the singer at the who sang the national anthem at the parade. We wanted to give her a $50 honorarium. Again, we were told that we didn't have the $50 to give her. I want to tell you, we'll give her the $50 out of her pocket. But this is just some of the items, and there's countless other small items that we continuously pick out of our pockets. Mike had figured out that his items last year was almost $1,700 out of pocket that he spent, none of reimbursed for. Myself, not that much, but again, quite a bit, as is most of the members in our committee. We're not asking for reimbursement for anything, but I think a $700 discretionary fund would be in order. And I'm asking that if that could be considered and how we go about doing it.
Yeah. Again, that's similar to Mr. Martinez's request, which is this is probably not the right time to do it. It has to be, that would be a request that would be done through the budget process. So when we start in the summertime, the very first meeting that we had this past year, and it'll probably happen the same again next year, is with the committees. So that's the time to make your pitch to request this, that, or any kind of increase or a new line item like a discretionary fund. That would be the time to make that.
But
that
I
argument.
respectfully disagree because we put in and it was denied.
Yeah,
So
but
how are we to know to talk about it if further down the road it gets denied? It needed to be discussed after that. Then we need Plan B, and that's being denied.
Right, but if you make a request and it gets denied, that's obviously the budgetary discretion, approval discretion that the council has. So we have to live without that it is what it is. I mean, these things, either you make the request and they get denied, they're denied. There probably wouldn't be a plan B.
You can come up to us at any point, any month, and make a request. If at any point you need to change a line item or add a line item to your budget, that can happen at any point. If you say from the Veterans Parade, you want to change, $700 from banners to discretionary fund, that is up to the council to approve, and that can happen at any point.
But that's when there's a budget. We have no budget.
But they can request. Yes. I mean, we have reserves and we have money that we carry over from year to year that pop up at one point part of the year. You can come before us, and if it's a reasonable request, and there's always room to appropriate.
I come to the same problem of like repeating decorations for our events. When we present a bill, we were told we couldn't do that. We had to get the town credit card. I don't know where to go to get that. I asked Al for it the one time. She gave it to me, but she's not always available for me to get that credit card to go make the purchases to bring back to her. I mean, is there some way that there could be one for each committee and, we'd be responsible for it or something? Because it's very difficult or then she's got to go shopping and get the decorations and everything because it's difficult. If I can't hand a receipt in, then we just don't do any decorations. We just leave everything plain.
It was a receipt for a budgeted item?
It's for one of our parties that we have, our bingo. Yes, we usually have decorations, like we have prizes. For the bingo, you have to have prizes. And usually for the Halloween stuff, we always have decorations for Christmas and Thanksgiving for all the parties. So I was just trying to figure an easy way to do it because asking for the card sometimes is not convenient. Maybe somebody else has got the card out. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been taking the expense myself and I'm,
but like, for instance, you could probably come in and nowadays with Amazon, with all these different ways of purchasing things, the one thing we probably can't do is wait till the last second, right? But if you do, if you know an event's coming up and you want to sit with Isle or give her, send her, email her a list, she can buy them with the credit card and then, you know, she doesn't have to go. Nowadays, you don't, you
No.
could do a complete shopping list and buy it without ever leaving the comfort
Sometimes-
of your house, right? Or your office. So,
yeah, I get them reasonable, you know, I get them at the Dollar Tree, but it's still, after a while it gets expensive.
yeah,
And-
and the bottom line is we prefer for accounting purposes, it's cleaner, it's easier to track things that get bought with the credit card, right? Finance prefers that.
Okay.
But if there's something that is for some reason or another has to be bought the way that you're describing, that is reimbursable so long as it's something that is an approved expense. Because we can't have people go just rogue and buying things, and it's a line item that's appropriate. Well, it'll get reimbursed to you.
Like, cause I even purchased the gift cards we have 4 gift cards for each bingo we play 4 games of bingo. So that's usually what I try to do is to get the restaurant to give me the 4 cards and put it on their bill. Doesn't always work, but.
Okay, if there are no further questions, those are the proposed rules. And we will be hopefully presenting these to the town council at the January meeting, I think. Yeah.
All right, so now under, the next item is town staff interactions. Brian.
Um,
You know what it is? You're right.
We'll be upstairs if any of you need me, okay?
Dottie, Brian. You're not up. You know what it is I checked it and then looked up and then I looked down and it was already checked. Dottie, you're up. Policies and procedures for committee responsibility. Use the mic, please.
Finally got it.
Ask Rudy, he knows how to use it. Just hold it closer. Yeah. Is it on?
Okay. We had the freebie. We had the freebie we've been using for the seniors for the luncheons because we have homebound. And recently, that got taken away from us. I don't know why. I was told I was the one that was it put to me? You're the one that put it all together. You should know what you were doing. Well, I guess I didn't because I didn't know it ended at a certain time. And what I wanted to know is, now I forget what I'm going to say. Right. It wasn't used. Last Friday, we had 20 extra meals. So I said to my liaison, I'm going to deliver them. She says, you cannot deliver them. The town will not allow you. My question is, I signed the waiver. Why couldn't that waiver go for me signing, delivering for emergency purposes?
So a couple of things on that. The freebie, as what was part of many other things that the town did under emergency, under an emergency,
That I
under the
understood.
pandemic. There were certain emergency powers that were afforded to the town, afforded to the state, afforded to all different types of governments, so that you can continue helping and providing municipal services while we were under this pandemic. Freebie, okay, is a service that the town has a specific contract and we receive state and I think federal dollars to be able to run. Okay, and there is an agreement in which all these parties, the federal and the state and us, have kind of agreed to and made sure that that's the agreement that we have with Freebie. And that is to provide transportation services, on-demand transportation services. Providing meal services is very different. The reason that an exception was made, okay, and it was kind of a very written email type, kind of agreement was, while we're under this pandemic, go ahead and help out with these meal delivery services to these seniors who can't go out, who can't get food, who are stuck at their homes. Okay, so under this emergency, let's do this. Problem is that as many other things have happened, it's not only been Freebie, it's just, little by little, people have gotten back to normal. That service just continued happening, all right? So yes, that had to be put to an end, and Freebie's got to do what Freebie does, which is provide on-demand services. We can't have them delivering food. Why? It's not in the agreement. It's not the service. And it's not our dollars necessarily, the federal dollars and the state dollars involved here. And also because it affects also Freebie's intent, which is to provide those on demand. They can't be delivering food at the same time that they're picking up people. So that's one thing. You doing it, Dottie, or anybody else doing that is a volunteer, okay? If you're doing it on behalf of the town of Miami Lakes, there's a risk involved. You're not a professional. Once you take that food from that restaurant, okay, and you're delivering it, you're assuming responsibility for that food. If that person gets sick, chokes, gets contaminated, whatever, you could be held liable. At the same time, the town could also be held liable for that delivery of that food. Are there other services out there? Are there other things that maybe we could explore? I don't know, and I think that that's worthwhile, a worthwhile conversation. But I don't want you to put yourself out there that way, or any of your members to put themselves out there that way. And we're not only talking about delivery of food. If they have a car accident, if something happens to them
I
along
have
the way,
insurance.
I understand, but you're doing it on behalf of the town. So the town is also partly could be, held liable and could be held responsible. So I, as the attorney, can't say go ahead and do that, because at the end of the day, my responsibility is to kind of protect the town from liability and from that type of exposure. They can do that. As long as on behalf of the town, you're not wearing your town elderly affairs committee shirt, you're not doing it. But if Dottie Wicks wants to help out a friend, absolutely. Sure.
5 meals left and I'll take my shirt off and I'll deliver them.
Absolutely.
Taking my shirt off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just can't tell you that that's okay.
They're gonna get extra meal
Yeah.
there.
I just can't tell you that that's okay to do that on behalf of the town of Miami Lakes.
Okay, because my concern is now I have like 20, almost 22 homebound. They
Okay.
do not get out that we service.
Right.
So from now on, we just take our shirts off and go out and serve food. Okay. Well, the town wasn't servicing, the Freebie was, but they can't do that.
But Freebie was doing it on behalf of the town. That's a problem.
Okay.
Under a contract that's for picking up people and providing on-demand services.
I just wish
Not
they
food.
would have waited 2 weeks. I only had two times to go and I wouldn't have to worry about it.
I
So,
understand.
But that's the way.
I understand. Thank you, Dottie. And thank you for doing that.
Real quick, I wanted to bring up town staff interactions with committee members. Something occurred at our last event. I know Nancy was there. Nancy experienced it with me because she was assisting me with this event. I won't point out any staff names here. If you want to talk to me later on, you can. Staff need, I don't know if you guys want to remind the staff that we're volunteers and we're the ones that are volunteering our time to put together these events to be talked down to. I know my committee brought it up at our last meeting. You can look at our minutes. Talked down to, disrespected, telling us no when our committee voted on things, decided on things. And it's not my liaison. My liaison got hurt. So we were given a temporary staff member to help us with our event. Nancy witnessed it. Myself being talked down to, Nancy being talked down to, my whole committee being talked down to, telling us no, telling us to get out of their area while they were handling volunteers and telling us to wait outside. While we're trying to put our stuff together and do our thing as a committee, town staff intervened and told us no. this is how it's going to be, and I'm going to take over this event, and Ernie will not do this again next year. That is how they talk to us. This specific staff member. I know I spoke to Councilwoman Ruano not too long ago about it, and I wanted to bring it up here. I spoke to my liaison about it. They are aware, the whole committee spoke about it at our last meeting, and I wanted to make you guys aware that please remind town staff that we are volunteers. We're not being paid. They are not my boss. If I'm being honest, I'm their boss. We pay them with our tax dollars at the end of the day. So they need to respect us. We're volunteering and not be disrespectful. I don't want to be talked down to as a committee member. I know a lot of you guys see me as a kid. I know I'm the youngest chair here. I'm not a kid. I'm turning 25 in less than a month now. Well into my adulthood now. Thank you. So things like that. Staff just needs to know, hey, even though I do have students on my committee, they're still committee members. They are voting members on my committee. They are there to work and get things done, to then be talked down to by town staff.
Well, what I could tell you that my honest opinion is that this is probably not the right environment to solve an issue like that. That's an isolated, one-time incident. And what I would recommend is that if that ever happens with any town staff member, is that you go to Claricel and say, look, this happened, right? Because like everything, right, there's going to be two sides to every story, right? Probably three sides to every story, right? So the best way to resolve this is that's what I would recommend to you, is that you go to Claricel and say, this happened. And then we give an opportunity to the liaison that interacted with you, be able to hear his or her side of the story, what happened. Let's see what happened, right? Because I'm not saying that you're right, because sometimes the perception is different than reality, right? You interpreted a certain thing, and I wouldn't say just because you were told no, that doesn't necessarily mean that you were talked down to, right? Because it could be no for.
It wasn't just
Let me
no.
finish, Brian. Let me finish. It could be no for a laundry list of reasons, right? So maybe the no because A, B, C, and D was not, and that's something that can be resolved, right? That's something that can be worked on. Just because you were told no, to me, that in and of itself doesn't mean that you're being talked down to, right? Because it could be for very legitimate, very real reasons. So if those things were not explained, that's something different, right? So what I would recommend is that if you ever have an issue with any staff member, especially any of the liaisons or anybody working any of the committees, that if there's an issue, you go right to Claricel and say, look, this happened. And then we're going to resolve it. We're going to fix it. I agree with you. Nobody should be talked down to, but just, I disagree with the fact that just because you were told no, that constitutes being talked down to, because it could have been for.
Yeah,
legitimate
and it
reasons.
wasn't, and the no, that was just one of the things, but, and Nancy could agree if you want to speak on this at one point, we were talked down to, we were disrespected, not just because they said no to us, they were disrespectful in other ways and very disrespectful in other ways. Not letting us talk to our volunteers that we went out and got by ourselves and advertised for our volunteers to come in. Telling us how unorganized our committee is, telling us that our liaison is unorganized and they will never be doing this event again. Going against what our committee voted on after we were doing it correctly, and we've done it in previous years, how we do our events, and it's been successful. And I'll be honest, for Halloween, we take donations for decorations and costumes, because it does help us with our budget since we are limited on that event. Telling us that we are not allowed to take any donations from our community, from the kids. Brand new costumes, used costumes, we take those because some kids can't afford costumes the next years that they come in. Telling us that we are not allowed to take those. I don't care what you guys voted on, things like that. And I know Nancy was there, witnessed it. But
Yeah, and I'll just go back to what I said a second ago. That ultimately, if and when you ever have any issue with any liaison, or not forget about liaison, any staff member, anybody working for the town, you have direct access to Claricel, and you can go to her and you can tell her this happened, and then we'll
That's
assess it properly.
that's fine. So yeah, the only thing I ask you is just remind the staff members that we're volunteers.
They're all well aware.
and we're not getting paid and they're not my boss.
Right.
That's all I want you to remind town staff, that they need to respect us just like we give them respect.
Town,
Just, I'll make it short on that. So just a couple of things, Brian. I hear you loud and clear, but we have to understand one thing too. Okay. One, did you communicate this in writing to whoever, or were just verbal communication? No, not, I'm saying the way that you felt, right? Because it's the way that you felt, and somebody witnessed that the tone may have been. But did you communicate that to the town in writing, or did you just speak to 2 or 3 or 4 people? Oh, about the, oh, okay, got it. So you went into your meeting and spoke about the way that you were treated. Got it. So that answers my question because, and that's an advice just for everyone. If something does happen, the best way to do it right away is document it, because you start having conversations with different people and stories are just going to keep rolling, right? You send a communication. I think that would, it may be a little extreme, but I understand the whole entire committee felt that way. Then maybe that was the right platform. 2, I do have to agree with a manager where there's not only 1, 2, 3 sizes. We also have to understand, right? And for all means, I don't want you to be you or anybody talked down or disrespected, but staff does have some, responsibility and a job to do. And at times they will tell you, you can do this, you can do that. And indirectly, unless correct me if I'm wrong, we do answer to them. They are the higher authority in an event, not the chair, not the committee members, unless you can correct me wrong and say that the chairs and committee members do have some kind of authority. I'm under the impression that staff has a full authority over an event, okay? And we have to, within the guidelines of whatever we voted on, of course, you guys have to, kind of channel that event.
yeah, and I wouldn't even want to, describe it as authority or who's over who or who overrules. I mean, obviously, it's a collaborative effort, right? That's the purpose that staff is there, is to make sure that the committee's purpose or their intended goal is fulfilled, right? Now, within that, right, within that context, right, if there are individual things that are inappropriate or that can't be done, or they're against a town rule, or there's something, then those are the things where the staff members can step in, right? But it's still a back and forth. It's a collaborative thing. Nobody overrules anybody. It's not an authority thing. So, but I think that ultimately, I'll go back to what I said a moment ago. Anything that you have, if there's something that's inappropriate, that's not right, that whatever, anything that you feel is not done correctly, the answer, as always, is Claricel oversees that entire operation. You go to Claricel and we're going to get it right. We're going to fix it. And first of all, we're going to get to the bottom of the story. And then ultimately, then we're going to fix it.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. And I agree with you. But at the end of the day, like I said, town staff, and you said it, town staff is there to support us and guide us, right? If we're not doing something correctly and there's things that we could work on, right? Guide us through it, not disrespectful towards us, saying, you understand what I mean? There's no reason to be disrespectful. Hey, this is the right way to do it, or I suggest doing it this way. Don't do it like this, right? There's better options. Not like, I'm not going to say everything, but don't be disrespectful towards us. Hey, we're out there, especially on our, and this was during our Halloween event. We were there. I was there at 7 a.m. That staff member did not arrive till 10 a.m. Just so you are aware. Okay. I was there till midnight. That staff member left at 11 p.m. because I stayed back because we still had volunteers there waiting for their parents to be picked up. So I was there from 7 a.m. to midnight with Nancy. And then I walked Nancy to her car at the end and they left us there with a bunch of volunteers. So just so you guys are aware, This is not a, oh, just because they said no thing. It was a very disrespectful, I felt disrespected. I've never seen Ernie. Ernie has never left early from one of our events until every single child is picked up from that event. Because at the end of the day, it's the town's responsibility to take care of that minor. Is that correct?
Brian, I'll go back to what I said. We're not gonna solve it here.
I know, but
Right.
it's an
But
example.
I'm just saying that whatever the issue was, whatever it will find a solution. We will find a solution.
fine.
Just detail it, talk to Claricel, sit with her, call her, email her with the details,
That's fine.
and then we'll get to the bottom.
We'll do,
And we'll get everybody's side of the story and we'll fix it.
we'll do.
Nancy, town staff vacation.
More item.
Oh,
I know nobody hears me. I should talk like, no, there was one more item added to it was part of the policies and procedures. You came to our committee meeting and asked that we vote to bring the phones, the registrations to the town, the people, but for like, if you go to the bingo, you have to reserve, you have to register. It has become a nightmare. People can't get through. They leave a message, nobody returns their call. They call me and I've been taking their names and then I call Nancy, Betty, and I have Betty put them in. And some of them aren't even aware that the ones that I used to call, I was calling 96 people every month. I just want you to know, I wasn't showing favoritism. I was calling a lot of people. But a lot of these people don't know. They don't know when the date is. And by the time they find out, it's filled up. Eventbrite is a nightmare because people are signing in on Eventbrite and never show up. One event I had 20 that didn't show up and not one of them were a Miami Lakes. I went in and looked at their names and address and they weren't a Miami Lakes resident. So they're abusing it. For what reason, I don't know. And most of our seniors don't know how to use Eventbrite. I don't know how, I don't use it. So my question is, can we go back to the way it was in the sense that I'll take the registration for the town given to Betty a week before and then open it up that anybody else that wants to, that way we're not violating, not letting anybody else come in. We got to do something because these ladies are really, they're drowning over here. I know that because I was talking to Betty today and she says, Dottie, I don't know who this person is. I've never seen her. I said, well, she registered 3 times. Her name is on the list 3 times. So that means 3 people. If she doesn't show, and she didn't show up at the last event we had. So if she doesn't show up to this, there's 3 people from Miami Lakes that can't go to the lunch. So I don't know how to resolve this problem except for take back the part that we do for the town, Miami Lakes residents. Give them to Betty before it goes out on Eventbrite, and then when it fills up, it fills up, and then that's it. Would that be sufficient? I don't know if anybody else has this problem with Eventbrite when the registration. I don't know how they do it because we have 2 a month. And it's
Have so many, 60%, 70% no-shows, but it shows that the event sold out. And we don't understand it either. Like, why are they registering and then not coming? So
it's
because Mrs. Claus, we actually went out into the
But
street.
then they
and
don't
brought
show
people
up.
in and
But I'm using 2. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. But this affects our budget because we're paying for food that you can work on that. Okay. I just wanted to bring, thank you.
Nancy, you gotta.
My problem is that, I think the problem is that Isle made the mistake of giving me her personal phone number. So
We agree.
when I call her and need help with something or whatever, she always answers the phone as long as, she's able to. She's excellent with coming back and helping me and giving me answers and things. The problem, though, is that something will come up and I need to speak to her. And whether I go the real, honest, good way of doing it or calling her personal phone number, the issue is they take time off, vacations in elderly affairs, public safety. A lot of us, we have our events only on the weekend. So when that town staff member or liaison works on the weekend, let's say they work 4 hours, they get to take time off during the week for that weekend that they worked. I'm only repeating this for those who may not know. So the thing is, I don't know when she's taken her 4 hours and I need her on a Tuesday, let's say, to do something or ask about the agenda or did the minutes come in or whatever. And she's not there and I don't get my answer and I don't know if I've got minutes coming or not.
But you don't get an instant answer. So does she, do you leave a voicemail?
I leave a voicemail and there's times when it's a time constraint type question that needs an answer and she's got 2 days off or something. So, okay, now I'm finding out that's the answer to my question.
Yeah, we
When I
have
can't get
backups.
an
We
answer
have
from her.
backups when whether they're on vacation or like you say, they're taking hours off that they earned during the weekend, which right, that's and it's justified and it's correct. They should, definitely if they are off of, for a day or 2 days on vacation, a long extended time off, on their voicemail, they should leave a message saying, I'm going to be out until next Wednesday.
That's what I'm asking for. They're
Call
not doing
so
that.
and so. And if for some, because we're all human, right? If for some reason she failed to do that before going off, and on her email, if you happen to email her, she should have an away message saying, I'm going to be away until next Wednesday. Contact, Claricel or Jonathan or one of the other ones. If all of that fails, right? All of those safeguards fail, you always have the ability to just call Claricel.
Okay, but
But what I would warn, right? I would warn is that not everything is an emergency, right? So if you call and she's not available because she's off in the morning or she's off for 2 or 3 days and you don't get a return call, then I would say exercise the option of going to Claricel or whoever or next in line. But Claricel or somebody will get you an answer.
okay.
That makes sense?
I'm gonna leave it there.
Quick question on that. Last I checked, for liaisons specifically, maybe I don't know about all of them, if they worked an event, they booked those hours and they got paid.
They get it as administrative time, as admin time. We don't pay them overtime. In other words, they don't work a full Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 schedule and then work 7 or 8 hour event on the weekend or something like that.
So how does their schedule work, if you don't mind asking?
They have a normal schedule,
40 hours a week, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
but at they work events, they accumulate admin time. Let's say they have an event on a Saturday night and they work 7 hours at the event. Those events are banked into an admin bank. And then what some of them may say, oh, I'm gonna work my butt off this week for the night, and then, have a 60-hour week and then bank that time. And when they go off on vacation, they use some of that time in addition to their vacation. Some of them say, a 60-hour week after week after week is just a burnout, right? So then they take the time that they use for an event and then they use a 7-hour event, then maybe Monday and Tuesday, they'll come in at noon or something of that nature and use those hours more closer to the event.
Is that legal?
Illegal.
No, is that legal?
They're all salary. Hourly people, we could not do.
Their exam.
Yeah. The family medical leave, not
Their
the,
exam.
Fair Labor Standards Act allows for that.
Right.
And for us as taxpayers, what that does, right, is it prevents us from paying overtime when we have another option to make it equitable to accomplish our goal. And it makes it equitable to the employee where we're not burning them out.
So to Nancy's point, right, so then to Nancy's point, then that associate did an event, email Claricel on a Sunday, say, hey, I'm gonna take 2 days off of some of these bank hours, and we didn't know that. And then, no, I understand that, but I'm saying just not priorly notified, right? From one day to another, they can do that. That's what I'm saying.
It's a request. So I'll, Jonathan, Ernie, any of the liaisons, all of our staff members, because all of our staff members do it for the building meeting. Events is one of the reasons. They do it sometimes when they have other meetings at night. There's a lot of reasons why people are working extra hours. So those extra hours, so not me, but they're banked into an admin. And then, but the request process, right, the logistical operational process for requesting time off, whether it's your admin bank or your vacation bank or whatever, is the same. They make the request, they put in we have to use ADP, the supervisor has to approve it. So the supervisor's responsibility is to look at that, and as long as the needs of the operation are met, like for instance, if all of Claricel's staff are gone, and I always, the one that's, she's counting on for that day and out, other than sick, right, because that's unexpected. But, and then I'll request time off. Claricel has the latitude to say, no, I need you here because these other 3 people are off, so I need you. So the operational needs of the organization are taken into consideration when Claricel elects to either approve or before Claricel elects to approve or disapprove a request for time off, regardless of where it's coming from.
So that's called admin bank,
Admin time,
admin time.
yes.
And does that just gets like in the bank? That's it. He gets
No,
splits.
yeah, and the way it works, like after the event, so let's say Al works or one of the liaisons works a 7-hour event on a Saturday or Sunday, whatever. They'll fill out a form. That form will go through the chain of command. It'll go to the department director, which is Claricel. She'll look at it and say, this is appropriate. I know that they worked these hours. She approves them. Those come to me. I sign off on all admin hours. They come to me, and then if the department director has endorsed it and she's approving, or she or he is approving, then I approve it. Then it goes into ADP and it goes to it's another time bank. In ADP, we have vacation time, sick time, and then this admin time, which is time that's accumulated from working extra hours.
Do they reset every year or they roll over next year?
No, they go, yeah, they roll over.
So you, for all we know, you can bank 100, 200 hours.
No, there's maximums. I don't remember what the specifics are, but there's maximums.
So you're banking hours and you're still working your 40 hours.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, I mean, it's fair,
No, I'm saying it's awesome. It's a good perk.
but yeah,
Oh, it's well, but you're back. That's what I'm saying.
we couldn't be,
Right.
well, listen, people at a higher level in the organization, like me, I'll work a 60, 70, 80-hour week. Right.
Working, I don't have comp hours.
But that's,
Right.
that should not be the expectation at everybody from top to bottom in the organization. People at the, the middle on down, their commitment is a 40-hour work week, right?
No, I'm good. I didn't know that. That's great information. I would say for all of us to know that regardless, because what I do have seen in the past, it's one of these where like, I don't get paid to be here. And from what you're saying, you do. Right. Oh, I've heard that many times. I'm here and I'm not with my family. Or I'm here and I'm missing. No, you're here because it's your job and you're getting paid for it. And I've seen that a lot of times. So it's like you're making, right? It's kind of like you're making us feel bad that we're keeping you here until 12 o'clock at nighttime and you're doing it for free. But in fact, you've never done it for free. And when I mean never you, I mean staff. One way or another, it's either your responsibility, because like you're saying, my responsibility is that I work 80 hours, but I'm only going to pay 40. Or you're in a different pay bracket where now you're getting this come hours.
Yeah.
Come, admin. Yeah.
Yeah, we call it administrative time.
So rule of thumb. So basically, so we don't have this issue, should we just send to our liaison and copy Claricel always for any reason in case they're out?
No, I don't think so, because then Claricel is going to get overwhelmed with all these emails that she doesn't necessarily have to
'Cause we
handle.
usually
That
get
should
the
be
email
handled by
if-
the
if-
liaison.
if-
So
Then count you. Okay.
and hopefully the out of office designates somebody. right? Because they cover each other when somebody's off or whatever.
Correct. We
So
get the
it-
out of office message once we
It
email
should
them.
say, I'm out until next Wednesday. Please contact so-and-so. If that so-and-so is Claricel, great. But that so-and-so may be somebody else within their team. They cover for each other.
I never had an issue with that. That it always works. It just happened. You know, I was out and Clarissa responded to me and she says, Rudy, we'll take care of it. So I've never had an issue with it.
So just to clarify, okay, I'm coming back. Just to clarify, when I can't reach my liaison and I've got a particular question or whatever, I'm going to go to Claricel. And,
Well,
but
if-
my understanding is that would they be required or asked that if they are going to be out of the office for any period of time or days or whatever, that they can at least leave a message that states, I'm not just busy and not answering the phone. I'm here, but I'm busy. I'll get back to you type thing, as opposed to I'll be out of the office for 2 days or
We ask
whatever.
all of our staff members, not just the liaisons that deal with committees, all of our staff members, when they're out of the office, that they do two things. One is the voicemail on their telephone for that to say, this is so-and-so, I'm going to be out until next Wednesday. Please contact yada, 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 so-and-so at this number. And also an auto reply on email in case they get communicated to via email, that they get an auto, you send somebody an email and that person's going to be out, you should be getting an auto reply back saying, hey, I'm going to be out until next Wednesday. Contact Jonathan or contact Claricel or contact whatever. But like always, right? We are humans. There are times they're excited. They're going off on a long weekend or whatever. So they may fail. They may forget to do that. If you have an emergency, you have something that it's time sensitive. You need something and you can't get, and there's no voicemail message. There's no auto reply on the email. You always have the option to call Claricel. And if Claricel is unavailable, right? If she hits the Powerball and she's off on some, around the world cruise, you can always call me. Yes, you have my number. I know you have my number.
Let me get that number. I don't have it yet.
Yeah.
You missed the cell phone on that
Thank
part. And the cell phone is paid. The cell phone is paid by the town, correct? So they're not all of them. So who does? Because see, that's a problem. Because now if you have an employee with their personal phone communicating, work matters, to her point exactly, now she's calling the number that she's used to communicating with, and there's no message there. And nobody's replying to her text message or to her. So she has no idea until then she, sends an email, gets another reply, or goes to a landline. So who has a personal phone
Wait.
and who doesn't?
If I may, before you start calling personal phone calls and sending emails, my recommendation is to call town hall. When we send out an out of office, I and my team always copy front desk and Sandra, Betty and Sandra, because they are usually the people that are going to answer that call. And if they're going to, that person, that caller is calling for me specifically, she doesn't need to route them to my mailbox. She can just tell them she's out of the office. Isle is covering for her. Let me transfer you. So that is step one. Step one is don't call Isle's number. Don't call, anybody else's cell phone number. Call town hall because they know. They know.
All right. We're good, Nance? You could always call me. Nancy, guard that with your life. All right. Agenda items, committee day, Miguel Martinez.
I have determined that tonight.
All right, we had agreed, we discussed previously about a committee day. and doing a town event, if you will. We agreed of doing it with the farmer's market day in conjunction. We looked at the parks and we even talked about a date. I didn't agree with the date. It happened to be on my birthday, but what happened?
Clarice, I'll come back. She'll be able to.
We did have one. And we had the event for 1 year. And then boom, the pandemic hits. But we did have one. It was a break. It was a breakfast. It was a breakfast and it was just, committee day appreciation.
No.
And we
This is
went
a
out.
committee day for the residents, for the town.
Yeah, this was something
we
more,
have
this was
bounce
a
house,
discussion
food,
more
you know,
recent.
Food truck.
Oh, advertising the committees.
No. This is so that what's going on is residents don't know of us. So, and as an example, at the debate that was held here, we were, the Plastic Advisory Board was basically thrown under the bus. And it was stated that we took photographs and we had a party when we went to Tallahassee to do the lobbying. So that alludes to misappropriations of town funds. So that's pretty big. And it's ignorance of the town. We'll do no disrespect of those that don't have social media, because most of the stuff that I and the group publishes is through social media, because that's the avenue we have. But the town is negligent then in disseminating information. And so that's the topic to get into. But a big thing of it that was discussed here was to have a committee day where each of our committees would have a booth and the town can come in, the kids can play in the bounce house, go to food trucks and meet us. And we could say what we're doing. Because quite frankly, on our side, I know each of us in our respective thing, we're doing a lot. And to say that, yeah, you just had fun doing in Tallahassee is beyond insulting. I even invited the host to come to our committee and was denied. So, if you're going to deny and you're going to talk smack about us on top of it, there's only so much we could do. But the rest of the residents that are, it is the proper word, they're ignorant to what is happening. That needs to be corrected. And I think it's to our respect for the efforts that we all do cumulatively, something needs to be done. And it's a big one. That's a big one. So
So what you're saying is that I missed the fun in the party.
no, we didn't have it.
Oh, you
It
didn't?
didn't happen at all. You didn't miss anything. That's the whole point.
Yep. Me,
I think you all took a vote at the June committee chair meeting and decided not to move forward with that.
No.
I was not there.
because I think that the committee day was a discussion, and then kind of like in the same discussion, you guys were talking about, well, what about if we do committee booths at already existing events, not a standalone event, but having committees like at the 4th of July
So-
or Veterans Day, and have displays where you guys can communicate that. And I don't know if there was a final, hey, we're gonna do plan A or plan B.
It was part of the discussion.
it was-
And Rogers had said, because he did related to the Founder's Day, where I don't remember where he's from, and brought up December 5th, which is my birthday. And I said, I don't agree with December. And we just talked about it, but it was agreed upon. I said, it's a bad idea. My point that day was because it's too much of the holidays are here. So in the spring, early spring, where it's cool out still, I feel is the best time to do it. But having an event of sorts of that where
A
committees are
standalone
set-
event?
Huh?
A standalone event?
a standalone, but in conjunction
Because
with,
and I'm no expert at it, right? But my advice to you is a standalone event. You're gonna have all the committees on display there. And it's gonna be a hard draw to bring people. So, and that's, I think, where the discussion was the last time, was having almost kind of like an event within an event, right?
No, that's fine.
Right, so having pick an event that's somewhere in that time frame that you think is a appropriate time of the year, and have the committees on display with tents or whatever material you want to provide at an existing event, because the other event is what's going to draw the people there, but then you
Right.
have the opportunity to
It's
capture
piggyback,
them.
right?
Yeah, so at the last meeting, we did talk about that. I do believe if we do a standalone event, it's gonna be a failure, if I'm being honest with you. There's nothing captivating bringing people in, right? For example, if you guys want to, coming up in April, we have our spring fling event. But but other committees have gone out there to promote their committees and they get exposure from it. It's just, we're talking about, and it's just an example. It's an example. It's exposure for the committee, right? It's something that, you know, families are going to come out to and residents are going to come out to and see, right? More people are going to be interactive instead of doing a standalone event.
Thank you. So we were there with the Special Needs Advisory Board. We were next to the Veterans Committee for the lighting of the tree, and I think it was a great event being there instead of another event, because that's gonna bring the people in. Now, the only thing that I think can be done in a better way is positioning all of the boards together in an area where there's high traffic. We got the bad luck that the table we had was all the way at the end and we barely had any traffic there. But the fact that if we can do it inside another event, that would be perfect.
Clarisol was suggesting the health fair in February. Elderly Affairs. And it's a Saturday. It's partially indoors, partially outdoors. It's at Veterans Park in Mary Collins. It's called it's the health fair. Health and wellness. It's in February. I don't know, but obviously the host committee has to be in agreement because we wouldn't want to invade.
And by the way,
your
it
event.
doesn't only have to be one event. It could be multiple events. Like I've said it before, if any committee wants to come to my event, I've said it here. You are all welcome to come to my events. All you need to do is provide a tent. Tents are not cheap. So all we ask you is to provide your tent and we can give you a table and chairs and provide your information. Like I said, I have up to 20,000 people coming out to my events. I wish. We have upwards of 20,000 people coming out to our events, from kids, adults, grandparents, elderly, all ages. We have families coming to the Youth Activities Task Force events. So I've opened the door. I've done it before. I know Special Needs Advisory has come out to our events, as well as Education Advisory Board. Even Neighborhood Improvement has come out to our events when we did bike rides with you guys. So there's
At
different
that-
events that we can work
At
with.
that event that Francisco was talking about, were people stopping and asking and,
Oh, yeah.
because sometimes when people go to another event, I mean, maybe that one was different because it was a tree lighting, so there wasn't really, but sometimes when people go to other events, right, that there's something that they're there to do, they're not gonna pay attention to booths or anything. Like the spring fling, if I'm there with my kid in the Easter basket and we're picking up eggs, like I'm gonna walk right by your booth and not pay attention to you. Right, unless you're giving something away, then everybody will stop at your booth. But perhaps having a meet and greet, like a committee meet and greet with food trucks or something that people gravitate towards, might be, so that people know what they're going there for. I would love that. Love that.
I recommend, and I don't mean to put more work on staff, but maybe just a communication saying we're always looking for good people, to volunteer to our committees. And then maybe, just do a list of each committee. These are the committees that are available, for participation, and post that in social media. I don't know if we ever do that or not. Maybe that's an option, but sometimes when they see it in social media, the people that have it say, wow, I didn't know the town had this many committees, and maybe kind of give a little description, or maybe the committee's mission statement. I don't know. I'm just throwing out there because honestly, I'm with, a council member. If I'm going to be at an event, unless that booth is giving something, I'm not going to waste my time and stop. So that's a fact.
Yeah, so we make that announcement, I would say maybe like once or twice a year about recruiting volunteers for committee members. But the Miami Laker, for the last, I would say like 4 months or 6 months, each month or each issue, they're highlighting a committee. So I think they've done cultural affairs, they did special needs, they featured blasting. So they're going through their rounds of highlighting each committee. They're interviewing some of the members, they're providing information on what the mission is and the resolution. So it's a collaborative effort between them and us. So, we do.
I just have one comment. I wish that this council would recognize these people for all they do. We never see them very rarely at any of our events. They have never said, we've got the best council in town. I love all these, not one of them has ever recognized us. And I think we work very hard for free. They should do it occasionally. Thank you.
I think Dottie was saying, Dottie, I think what you're saying is that we need a proclamation to be named, committee member day, right? See, I'm with Dottie. They give 1,000 proclamations every month. So I don't know, maybe you call it committee day month. I don't know. Volunteer of the year? Oh, we got a problem now. I've been here for 10 years and I haven't even been nominated for that. Wow.
I'm probably the oldest one in the committees here. We did used to have committee appreciation parties. Yes, we used to have them.
Yeah.
And I
We-
have like little things, like little souvenirs appreciation things that they used to give us, but they don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
But I'm sorry
we
to
did that,
interrupt.
and it was a really nice event because not only did we highlight all the volunteers, but also the sponsors who make our events happen. Unfortunately, COVID came and that kind of we stopped doing that, but I think it's something to consider because that was a really nice time.
All right. So really, I don't want then later to say, oh, we settled on, no, we haven't really settled. If it's a standalone event or it's maybe with the getting slots at the farmer's market or getting piggybacking on an existing event. All right. Budgets, Brian.
So I'm kind of going to put B and D together because they kind of do go together. B and D. So I'll make it a little bit easier and a little bit quicker. Regarding budgets, I know last meeting that we had, you had advised us, hey, we might have extra monies. Go ahead and ask for more monies. We got no more monies. We didn't get any budget raise or anything. But where it comes in with D, last year we had, and this year we had an issue for our Halloween event where someone was arrested for being a predator to a child, to multiple children at one of our events and our Halloween meetings. And where the reason we raised our budget and we were told to raise our budget was for police presence. So when we raised our budget for police presence, the budget was not raised. So now we cannot afford police presence at our events. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. You guys advised us to raise our budgets. We raised our budgets. We didn't get any budget raises for our events. So for example, my committee that hosts hundreds and thousands of children, we had this issue now. Now it's on paper, it's on the record. I called 911 for the first time in my 10 years on this committee because someone was being a predator to one of my student volunteers.
But that actually, not that your points you make are not legitimate, but that actually happened on a prep day, right? It didn't happen on the
It
event
was
day.
a prep day,
Yeah.
but it's just one of those examples on why we need police presence at any one of our events, even if it's not involving children. Things like this can happen,
Right.
right? So I think there needs to be something that needs to be done. I have, like I said, I had 250 student volunteers experiences. Nancy was there. A very scary moment. I've never called 911 at one of my events and had police there and scare 250 volunteers, which at the next one, a lot of them did not come back because they were scared to come back. And we needed to have police presence at every one of our meetings, right? It's not just about having police presence at our meetings, it's at our events. It's just stating a point. We're in a time and of violence and things happening at schools. I work at a school. I see this every day. We need to have more police presence. I know we got more police presence at our Halloween event because of this, but for future reference, it doesn't matter how many kids we have. Things like this do happen, and I'm sure it happens at other events where, yeah, it may never happen again, but you never know when it can happen.
Right. But I guess it goes back to the response that I had, as far as, I guess, is this the appropriate venue to make that argument? And I'm not saying that it's not a legitimate argument, because similar to, what Miguel wanted money for the blasting committee, Larry wanted the discretionary. Those are all things that would probably be more appropriate at a different venue. This meeting primarily is a coordination meeting, right? To get whether, at a 30,000 foot level, things that are generic for all committees, or a coordination between committees to share events and what have you. So really budget items, specific budget requests, there probably isn't anything that we can do at this meeting.
And
to
it's
make
not a
that
budget request. I'm just suggesting that we should have, and I'm sure all the committees should, I'm suggesting it to staff, is to look into having more police presence at every committee event that we have.
So I'm aware of the issue that you had at your staging event or prep event. And I do agree with you that police presence is very important. And at your particular events, right? Your committee is the committee that has the events where the thousands of people come, and, and I completely understand that. But as a guardian of the budget, I will tell you that the dollars can only be stretched so far. And I'm willing to bring this up to the council for discussion. I think that would be the proper place to discuss it, because it is a budget issue. More police presence is definitely warranted, but more police presence and bigger budgets might signify to you less events, because the budget can only be stretched so far. So it's something that I think that we should discuss because of what happened, and it could happen at any other committee and any other, right? It could happen anywhere.
And we cut 3 events just to raise the budget for this. Just so
So
you
that,
guys are
right, so
aware,
that,
because we were told-
right, those are the things that you have to kind of give
Yeah,
up
we
in
were told
order
that
to.
We have to, or as a committee, we have to pay for police, but then if you look at, they tell us it all depends on how many people you have, depends on how many police you have. Each police could cost around $1,000 or more. So then you kind of think about it. If I need 10 police officers, that's $10,000
So one police officer costs $1,000
off
for
duty
an event?
for a long event. Yep.
It's a 4-hour minimum you have to pay, off-duty officer rate, which is higher, and 4-hour minimum block. Yes. Well,
It's up there.
It's
right, it
I'm
might-
just
right,
saying
it-
as an
officers is
example,
$1,000.
but it's a very high number. It's not, it could be $800, let's just say, or $700, whatever it is.
So I'll,
It's
I'll,
almost $10,000.
I will commit to you tonight that I will bring this up to the council for discussion in a council meeting, and so that we can have that conversation as a group.
Thank you.
All
I
right,
just
Brian,
wanted
you
to
have the
add-
last one on there also, social media and advertising. Oh,
I just wanted to add real quick, the night that he's talking about when an arrest was made, it was a homeless man that was arrested. Fortunate part about that, his being arrested, was that he was one of the gentlemen that I understand had assaulted one of our two of our town people. So it was a good thing that that came out of that night when this man was observed and a student spoke up. The other thing is, after that, that was on October 20th. Then, of course, we had the Halloween event, and that was at night as well. And I spent some time over by the haunted house because it was dark over in that corner, and the haunted house itself inside was dark. So I stationed myself over there. There was another suspicious person. We reported that. And the other thing too is we're fortunate that some of my police officers that are on the committee were able to attend and be eyes and ears of everything going on. We don't mind doing it, but I seriously believe that some of the events, because it involves children, the town is going to have to do something. And they did eliminate some events. So I think we need to work on this and not ignore the problem. Because the minute there's something going on with kids, that's when the dangerous people come out. It's gotta be addressed.
That's parents have to be kicked out of the park for a couple of days, suspended. There's some coaches had to be suspended as well. We asked about a police presence, just maybe, you know, if he could be there and he has a call, but then they told us there'd be a cost to it and so on. But it does make a difference once you have a police there with the parents and everything. So.
My last item is social media and advertising. I'm bringing this up because I've talked to a lot of the committee chairs that are here tonight about this. And we're all having the same exact issue. What is going on with social media? From what I've seen, from my committee personally, we haven't seen our posts go up. If they're going up, they're on stories that only last for 24 hours and then disappear. So then I'm getting text messages. I know it happened with Rudy at one point. Rudy reached out to me and goes, "Hey, when's your event?" Because someone said it was this day, but now it's this day and it's whatever. It changes. It's getting confusing. I think something needs to be done with social media and something needs to be worked on with it. I know the trend is stories, right? But at the end of the day, I'm the type of person that I look at posts, right? And if you're going to do a post, because I've seen it before, can you put the flyer on the first picture instead of the last picture? Because when you put 10 pictures and the flyer on the last one, people are going to scroll 1, 2, 3, and then go down. They're not going to scroll all the way through all of them to look at the flyer on the last page. That's as someone who studied public relations, marketing, advertising, stuff like that, I kind of learned that you have to catch people's attention, right? There's different ways. Yeah, some posts, not all the time, are going to catch people's attention. And I know the algorithm's not going to show, but at the end of the day, remember who you're reaching out to here in Miami Lakes. You have a very wide range of people, not just young people. You have older people that look at these posts. I know Instagram is one of the biggest ones. I know in the past, we've tried to make our own Instagram accounts just so we could promote our events. We've been told no. My committee is asking again if we could have our own committee social media platform or social media account so we could at least post our flyers. And all it would be is posting our flyers and our information for our events so people could see it, right? Instead of going through Instagram or Facebook where there's 10 different events happening on one day and 10 different flyers and this and that. If someone's interested in one committee, right? Or someone has kids, no offense, they're not going to be looking at elderly affairs because they're not elderly. They're going to be wanting to look at the youth stuff and the youth information. And it's the same with blasting. If someone's interested in youth events and not blasting, they're going to be looking for youth stuff instead of scrolling through a bunch of different things looking for what they're looking for. So I wanted to bring that up again, and maybe our liaison can control it, the social media account, something like that. We want to have our own social media as well as the town. The town could still do what they do, but at least let us have our platform so we could put out our events. We work very hard for these events. And then believe it or not, we've gotten complaints from our sponsors saying, why is the flyer going out the day before the event? Or why is the flyer going out once and never again? They're paying thousands of dollars to sponsor our events to then not have that recognition.
We also had the event that we're having on Monday. The event was deleted. So after people signed up to get notifications and all that, they're gone. So once they're deleted and re-engaged.
So that actually
these
happened with
people
our
don't know
movies,
that they
with
lost
one of
the
our
content.
movies last year. And Rudy remembers that. Do you remember
Good
when
question.
they deleted our movies at the park post? And everyone was confused because they thought it was canceled. And you even texted me asking.
It's working, yeah. Has the town ever considered, we ran into some issues with the Reindeer Run, the Veterans Committee just recently with regard to social media advertising. And then we did a little research. We learned a lot about it. We learned that we didn't know much about it, is what we really learned. And the fact is there are people out there, there are companies that just specialize in advertising on social media. And my question is, has the town ever considered outsourcing that particular job of a social media advertising?
So I'm not going to answer that question directly because I don't have the answer, but I will tell you that in January, I'm bringing a new business item to discuss with my colleagues regarding a townwide marketing plan or a townwide concept to, I talk to all of you all the time, right? And I also talk to residents that don't know about the things that are going on. And then I talk to staff and I see that things are posted and things are in our website and things are in the Laker. And so it's not that they're not being advertised, but the message isn't reaching the people that we want to be reached for some reason. There's a disconnect between what we're doing and the residents actually receiving that information. What Brian said right now about the stories, I go through social media the way Brian does. I don't look at stories. I don't know how to post a story, right? So I just look at posts. Then there's elderly residents that aren't on social media at all. The Miami Laker puts our events all the way like in the back of the paper in tiny little print like this, so we don't see it. Our website, people don't automatically go in there to search for what's going on. So even though staff does an excellent job at posting these events in 20 different places, because we've had this conversation, there is definitely a disconnect. And at the same time, not all committees are created equal. Not all audiences are equal. So the audience that you're trying to attract, which is children, is not the same audience that Dottie is trying to attract. It's not the same audience that Suzanne is trying to attract, right? So it's all different kinds of things. I know that, for example, the culinary bike tour is a very popular event. It's food and it's drinking and it's fun. And that can be advertised like once or twice and it sells out. The food and wine festival, right, can be advertised once or twice and the tickets are gone. So it's sometimes trying to reach our desired audience is something, I think that there's a little bit of a disconnect there. So I understand where you're coming from. And I think that rather than outsourcing it, I think that we can come up with perhaps a different plan or something more innovative, or maybe we can even have like a consulting firm walk us through a different type of marketing strategy. Because I do hear this a lot. And even from some of the more, the residents that are more involved, right? With regards to the blasting event or the blasting meeting, I spoke to, Mita Mendez, who knows everything there is to know about anything that moves in this town, and she didn't know about it. So when you talk to residents that are very involved, very engaged, and actually search through our things and don't know about something, it leaves you kind of wondering what's that missing link. So that's something that I wanted to explore this year as a council member, with the communications department, with our chief innovation officer, who's fantastic at, looking at things and solving these little, niche problems, and perhaps, working with all of you as well, right? Because each one of you in your committee knows where your audience is and how to reach them, right? Like Dottie talks about her phone calls to the seniors, right? Those seniors are not on social media. They're not on Instagram. They're not tweeting. They are waiting for Dottie to pick up the phone and call them once a month. That's what they're expecting. So that's how you reach that audience, right? And so I think that we might even have to have a different strategy for each particular committee, right? Because, for example, I know that the Veterans Committee works with the American Legion. The American Legion might have a different platform to market events or to advertise. So if we put it on our social media, it might not be as effective as if we put it on the social media for the American Legion. So every committee is going to have a different, in my opinion, a different plan that might work better for them. And I'm sorry that I'm catching everybody by surprise, right? Because this is a new business item that I presented that I haven't discussed with the manager or with the communications department. But in conversation with all of you, I felt that there was something missing. And so for me, this coming year, I think that we can, because we have such great chairpersons and committee members, I think it's the proper time to take on this task and figure out what it is that we're missing to reach our audience. Because we do reach some people, but it's always the same people. And we don't, like you guys have amazing events, and sometimes they're very poorly attended because people just don't know about them. And it's not that the communications department is not doing a good job, but there's definitely something that we're not catching. Correct.
do it through Main Street, you know, the Main Street actors, players, actors, actors, player, playhouse. Because, you know, a cultural event like a book read or something that's happening at the theater is a totally different target than, say, with this young man.
Correct.
Simi is having.
And at the same time, right, if we work
Some
with,
crossover with the educational, we're always
Right.
leaning on them. Oh, bring in your people, bring in your people. We really need to, for you to advertise this. And when they do, bang, we have a, you know, great.
absolutely.
success.
And at the same time, right, there are events that just kind of wear off, right? Where they're just not interesting to the community anymore. And that's one of the things that I want to look at as well, because perhaps we've been having this event for the last 10 years, but people just don't want to come anymore. So we have to switch it up for something different. So I think that we can work together and try to find a new strategy to get that done. We have a great department. We have a great team. We can do something. And I know that a lot of corporations, right, they outsource their marketing. And it's definitely something that we can consider as well. But I think that before we take that plunge, we can look in-house and see. I know that Germán is wonderful at finding little niche areas that maybe aren't tapped. And that was one of the ideas that I had, and hopefully my colleagues will share that idea as well.
Yeah, so if we could look into at least, if I've brought this up multiple times for many years now, if maybe my committee, because like you said, every committee is different. We all have a different audience. Maybe looking, for example, my committee, we want our own Instagram, let's just say, our own Twitter to reach out to that demographic of that audience. We can't reach out to that audience if, for example, the Instagram for the town right now, you're trying to reach out to the elderly, you're trying to reach out to this, that, different audiences. It's all mumble jumbled up. Exactly, but they might follow Town of Miami Lakes youth, let's just say, because it has to do with them specifically. So that's what I'm asking. Yeah, if we could look into it again, because for years we've been told no, but then I'm finding out there are some committees that have their own Instagram accounts.
No other committee has any social media.
Yeah, well, that open up whole nother. Not only that, it's also liability and a lot of pros for the town. And who takes ownership of that account at the end of the day? I used to run 54 restaurant marketing for 54 restaurants and 20 something that were in development to open up. And to control all those internet, Instagram accounts and Facebook accounts. The word I cannot use it here, but it was a cluster. It was a nightmare because there were cluster, there were complaints for every account because someone insulted someone and this other account did this, and it's hard to control it, and it's a pain at the end of the day. So it's something I would not recommend to anyone.
So I want to thank Councilwoman Ruano because she hit the nail on the head, right? We're trying to market 70 something events, which by the way is what we did last year, to 33,000 residents. It's taken 8 years to get the following that we currently have on social media, right? So even if Youth Activities decides to open up their page next week, there's no way that they're going to have that same following. Now, we've done some tweaks in our strategy, and I shared it with Ed like a month ago, where we're moving more towards stories because that's where the engagement is, right? And when the engagement is high, it means that Facebook and Instagram and Meta, because that's what they're called, they interpret that as, wow, this is an important page and we need to make sure that it's in front of all of their followers. So I'm going to ask you to please help us help you when you see a social media post, and Education Advisory Board, you guys are great because you guys are liking, sharing, commenting, and that is engagement. And that helps get your events into people's feeds. If you're not liking your own posts and your own flyers, you're not helping anybody. Reindeer Run is a perfect example. After they consulted with a marketing company, they said, make sure that your committee goes onto the event page and like the event. All of a sudden, it went from like 3 likes to like 70 something likes, which means that engagement, it helps. It helps. Now, yes, absolutely. The stories has something unique that posts don't have. We can add links directly to stories. So if you see a story, and I encourage you to now use your stories feature. So when you're on a story, you can push down on the phone on the link, and it will usually take you to the registration page. That's why, Brian, you have almost 1,100, well, more than 1,100 guests for Movies at the Park. So it helps when you engage with the town social media. You know, we have a communications menu. We work with the Miami Laker. We have a monthly newsletter. We put events and news on the town's website. We use Eventbrite, which also alerts followers of the town to when we post events. Of course, we have our social media. We've got flyers that, you know, we post in the different community centers. We have the smart sign. So we do have a slew of tools. And I think one of the other tools that we do have is a social media scheduling tool, which allows us, you know, we don't go onto Instagram and post there and Facebook and post there and then Twitter and post. We have a tool that makes it very simple for us to post throughout all of our different platforms, and we're able to pull reports. And through this report is where I learned that stories make a difference. Brian, you mentioned swiping. Swiping has more, provides more engagement than just a single post. It's been proven.
I know those people, I'm sure I'm not the only one that, let's say you're posting about my Halloween, right? You put 9 pictures, you put up 10 pictures on Instagram. You can put up to 10 pictures on Instagram on one post. You put 9 pictures of kids in costumes and trick-or-treating in the haunted house. On the last page, you have the flyer. Most people will scroll through 2 or 3 pictures and then swipe up and go to the next post. I'm just being honest. That's how I am. I don't care to look at 20 different pictures.
Well, now if
to
it's
then
the
see
town's
flyer.
post, make sure to go through all of them.
But I'm just letting you know that's how most people think, right? If you think people have very short attention spans. If I'm being honest with you, I do. You'll see me start looking around because I can't stare at one thing for the whole time.
I've talked to some people about this social media and marketing thing because this is not my thing. I'm a numbers girl and I don't know anything about this. But sometimes, and I know through my campaign, where sometimes there was a picture that was posted that wouldn't have been my preference as the first picture, but it has something in it that causes people to wonder what your post is about. So perhaps children in costumes is more engaging than a flyer, because you see someone in a costume and, you know, it's a princess with a, you know, doggy princess, and maybe that will make you stop and look. So I know that there's a science behind this.
you have that one picture that draws you in, you write it, you flyer. You want to do it in the flyer, but don't have it for most pictures, and then at the very end have the flyer. Yeah, that's how you're looking at this time.
Right.
Got a question, really quick. Claricel, we have 14 committees, correct? Yeah, I just kind of make sure I didn't miss anything. Does your department have the sufficient staff to service every single needs of all these 14 committees at this time?
You're putting me on the spot, right? Do I?
No, it's a very simple question.
No,
right?
it's not.
It is.
No.
It's, does your department currently have sufficient staff to service all the needs of these 14? I mean, you've been in your position for how many years now?
I've been with the town, it'll be, I think 12 years in
So in
January.
this, in this capacity, as
5.
director of the 5. So I feel comfortable enough that you know what you're doing. You've been doing it long enough to know what this committee's desire, don't want, may work, may not work. So the question is, these 14s, you know what they need. They've emailed you, emailed, your liaison. So at this point in time, if the answer is, do you have enough staff to service the needs that these committee chairs are crying out that they need? Either be a picture, either be a posting, either be a flyer, either be a phone call. Do we have the manpower to service all these needs?
Well, I'll tell you this. When I started working here in 2011, we had, I think it was 40 events total. Last year, we had 78 total events, right? And it's almost double. My staff does a really, really good job of managing their time. Isle is very organized, very thorough, and we appreciate everybody's patience, right? Because sometimes you may need or want an immediate answer, and we're working on Reindeer Run because that is on Saturday and it's priority and all hands on deck, right? So I would love more help, but that's for the council to decide if it's warranted. We're all very happy working for the town. I have 3 local staff members, part of my team out of 4 of us. So we're very proud to work here and very proud to service our community. So
May I ask?
Well, thank you for the explanation, but my question still has not yet been answered. And what we're trying to figure out, and I'm thinking here to the end, is, do we have the manpower to service all these needs? Because it appears that we're not, and it may not be you or your department. And the council needs to know this, because every year we keep cutting budgets and cutting budgets and cutting budgets, and all of us keep demanding. And I mean, how much can you do? So where does it end, right? Is it reflecting back in your department when you may not even have the capabilities of providing the service that, all 14 chairs are demanding? But then it doesn't look good. So that's what I'm asking. And it seems like you do not have the staffing. It seems that your department continues to, be sucked the life out of. And all these events that continue to duplicate. I see good people coming and going because they're being overworked. So yes, great, we're keeping our taxes down. But what good does that do to all these events, which honestly, in my opinion, just because we have 100 events, that doesn't mean that we're a great town to live in, right? I'm more of a, let's have a normal amount of events and make them good. So that way we don't have these issues that we have right here. But again, and I'll finish it up so you can take over. I think that's what I see, right? I see a department that's screaming, that's yelling. I see, liaisons that are probably up to here with all of us demanding and demanding and demanding, and there's only so much they can do. So this is something that definitely the council needs to be looked at, and not necessarily, get another company to do the job, but provide them the help and quality help. People that are qualified, not just somebody that did an intern 2 months ago, and now they're getting paid pennies to be a liaison from one day to another. I think that's what I'm seeing. And I've been long enough, as a volunteer to see this from where we were to where we at right now.
Thank you, Ruben. Ruben, I'm glad you asked that question, because I know it seems like the town staff has a lot on their plate, and it's obvious, and I appreciate how hard they work. But the fact is, a solution, and it's not my solution. This comes from Mike Coote. We had talked about this, and Mike said, why couldn't the town have volunteers, as they do for the committee, that work for the town at the staff level to do some of the things that the liaisons are doing? This would take a lot off of their plate. It wouldn't increase the town budget, and we'd have much better communication with the town. They could work under the supervision of the town and basically work as liaisons. Is that a possibility? We could do something like that?
Yeah, I don't think that it would be practical, because we have to have commitment, right? And somebody who's, you say, a volunteer to be the liaison?
I'd say exactly a liaison, but to work in that capacity. In other words, to not actually be a member of a single committee, but to help the committees with the liaison with the town. Not necessarily a member of the committee, but to work at the town level, maybe to have an office in town to work with the committees to take some of the load off of Claresol's office.
Yeah, listen.
Exactly.
We were looking at the 14 committees. 3 of them are neighborhood service districts or special taxing districts, and those have one liaison, which is Christina Lavazier. We have Ernie, who is youth activities, so that's 4 of them right off. So the other 10, we have the special needs advisory, which has a specific liaison, which is a contract employee. It's not an employee, it's a contractor that we hired just to manage that. And the Sports Hall of Fame really doesn't need a liaison. They meet once a year to select their nominees and so forth. So you have 8 left. So the Clarasol staff, of which she has 2.5, they split up those 8. So let's say 4 and 4 to be for round numbers. And I would say that we have the staff to handle the day-to-day, right? We have the staff, they work hard, but they accomplish the mission, and I think they do it excellent. The problem probably appears, it's kind of like an analogy that Rudy would understand from his kids is a baseball team, and you have 9 guys, but then you have no bench, right? So all you need is one baseball player to twist an ankle, and you got nobody to come in, right? And that's probably where we're most taxed. But we probably, that's a dynamic that probably happens townwide, right? So she has her staff, but when one of them is out, whether ill or is on a vacation, then the rest of it becomes a big burden. We don't have a lot of bench strength, and not strength, but we just don't have the numbers. We don't have a lot of redundancy, but that's what we run overall as a town. We run, a lean, mean fighting machine, right? So we don't have a lot of redundancy. We don't have a lot of, so when one of Clarasol's staff members are out, the impact that it has on everybody else. So, the rest of us try and do as much as we can to help her, but a lot of it falls on the remaining members of her staff. And I don't know if I characterize that accurately. If you don't just agree with me just because I'm your boss. So, but I think that's the issue. And I think that and if we're speaking here frankly, we're all adults, men and women. The biggest strain on our liaisons, is not the workload. It's some of the sometimes some of the unreasonable demands that are placed upon them by committee members, chair people, and so forth. What? Yeah, I can tell you that it just wears on them. It's kind of like that, death by 1,000 cuts, little by little, and finally it gets overwhelming. And it's not the workload. I think they do a phenomenal job at managing it and working as a team. They do a great job working as a team because they cover for each other and they manage it well. Yes, when one of them is out on, sick or vacation or what have you, that redundancy of having somebody who can cover that, it puts a big burden on them when one of their players are out. But I think that, the dynamics that happen between the liaison and some of the committees or at least, I don't even want to generalize that big. Some of the members on some of the committees, it wears on them. And we have to give them pep talks and tell them to keep smiling and that everything is good and, kind of keep their morale up, because that is what wears on them over time. And that, I'll be frank with you. And that's really what
If I may, something that this was a learning lesson, not for the information that's on there, but to produce it. That there are assets that the town has that I think it would behoove all of us if you guys can make a list and say, we could do this, done. It eliminates a guessing game from on our side. We tried different avenues of what we were aware of, how to produce this as an example. That had to go out to bid or had to, these are the pricings that come if we get a production, if we have 1,000 sheets, that's a lot of print. And we wanted a quality paper to have some clout that we look good. And we didn't need 1,000. It was perfect how it ended up. You guys ordered a package of good paper and printed it here. That's all we needed. But we weren't aware that that can be done. You also have a text. Isle finally said, she's like, well, we can print it here. Why didn't you tell us that to begin with? We weren't aware of it.
The conversation matures and the realization comes that you're only looking for, X number as opposed to Y number. That is,
Right.
some insurmountable thing, that is probably better off sending to a print shop. Then that's where this happened. So the information came to the surface. It's not like you hit her over the head for it. I mean,
No. But if printing is available in-house,
limited printing. Yeah.
but exactly that, limited. We can do color printing in-house. If you want good paper, we have to order it. This is the standard 40 pound paper we do here, whatever it is. But if it's listed out, this is what's available. It's a huge help for everybody, including Isle, that, she's not getting desperate, banging her head, trying to figure out how to help. Just the same, you guys have a text, what do they call this? Text broadcasting town-wide. We could, make use of that. That's a huge benefit. People that aren't doing social media, I'm using as an example, don't use social media, they'll get a text message.
The text is reserved for emergencies, but we do have an email blast that we use for a lot of communication with. But we have to be careful with that, right? Because it goes back to the algorithms that they use with social media. And I'm far from being an expert. But what I have learned I got a kindergarten level ageducation on it, that more is not always better. Right?
Agreed.
And with the email system, you can't overuse it because then people start ignoring it.
Correct.
Right. So we got to be careful about, sending blast after blast after blast. People start,
Right. But
So-
not overuse it, but
Yeah.
know what's available,
So,
that we can do this. we
I
can do that.
agree with what you're saying. We just have to keep that in mind, that we got to
Right.
be careful not to overuse it, because then it'll have an adverse effect.
Correct.
Different markets. No, it basically falls under the idea that we have so many different markets because you guys target certain consumers. he targets a certain group. We all target different groups in the community. So if we start blasting emails, they're gonna be marked as spam. So what?
You have to remove it. So I know, so I know that we're getting ready to go, but before we go, I see everybody's picking up and everybody's hungry. Aren't you hungry? You said you were hungry. Everyone's getting ready to go, but before we leave, and I already told you about my new business item for the month of January. It's very important. I sent an email out to everyone. Thank you, Miguel, and thank you, Miss Dottie, for replying to my email. I sent an email out to everyone asking, at the suggestion of Mr. Llorelo, which I thought was a fantastic suggestion. I was making phone calls, but it's much more productive to put it in writing, what each committee is looking for the town to change, what each committee is happy with what we are doing, and how we can support you, because ultimately my goal and Claricel's goal and the liaison's goal is to support you, to make your committees successful and to make you more productive and make your jobs easier, right? Because the ones that are not getting paid are you. So I sent an email out. I would really appreciate a response from everyone so that in January, when we discuss this new business item about, the marketing strategy or the things that we think are working or aren't working, so that we can incorporate every committee's specific needs and see how we can address those specific needs. So I know that it was very short notice when I sent the email, but if you guys can check it out and send me a quick response, that would be great so that we can build kind of a little portfolio for the month of January.
I have two items that I forgot to add to your list there, and I apologize. But I think it's a simple ask. The committee room, for when we have our meetings, to open the door's always locked. Can we get a key access to that thing?
Yeah. Obviously security's, and over the since I've gotten here, we've worked hard to enhance the security in this building. Thankfully, we've never had an issue, but we hear all these horrible stories. I don't want to be on the front page of a story, right? So we've locked up the elevator. The elevator used to be free access. Now you need a key card. The back hallway, the open staircase, when you get upstairs, now there's doors in the hallway there that just doesn't let people roam. You need a key card to get around. So part of it is also locking the building. The building gets locked at a certain time, right? But when we have meetings, what I have seen is some of the liaisons have unlocked that back door. They know how. It's just an Allen wrench that opens up the back door. So they unlock the back door until the committee is over, and then and the cleaning crew also double checks them. The cleaning crew, before they leave at whatever, 10 or 11 o'clock at night, they always make sure that all the doors are reactivated where they'll lock automatically.
All right.
So-
So that.
Yeah, so just when you have your next committee meeting, mention it to the liaison. Hey, can't we unlock this door?
All
And
right.
that should not be a problem. And if she's unsure, what I've also seen them, they'll put like the
Watergate.
umbrella
Put a
holder
Watergate
stand,
syndrome.
something to block the door open and keep it open. So that's not an issue. That'll make it easy. And it prevents people from roaming the rest of the building when there's
Right.
no.
No, it's a simple thing. The other thing is we have an issue, and it's you guys. We are back after them, and they carry on their meetings extensively. So we're sitting outside for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and time's up. So you're disrespectful, man.
I'm gonna piggyback on that one. That's one of my two, but he's 100% right. And he's not the one on before. I'm after him. Yeah, but no. But listen, yeah, but honestly, guys, we I don't know how you're gonna do it, but we need to respect everyone's time.
Yeah.
Okay, and when that timer says there's a next meeting at such and such time, then you know what? Maybe find another date where there is no meeting outside of your meeting. But it does get a little upsetting when you're sitting there and you're waiting, and it's not 5, it's not 10, it's 15 and 20 minutes. Well, that's your fault, not mine. So So we really need to do a better job on that. And with regards to the email that our council member sent, my recommendation is what I did is I forwarded to the town staff and have them forward it to the entire committee. We're not one person, right? We're a group of individuals.
But the email you're
Let
talking
them,
about,
the email that council member Ruano sent. So let them provide that feedback as well. You gather it together and then you move it on. But I think it should not just be your responsibility. You should get the feedback of your entire committee. Thank you for your time.
I'll second.